Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. We're live. We're back. We've returned for a Friday stream. Back in Vintage Story. I don't know why, but Vintage Story just feels like a good Christmas time game, you know? Feels like a good winter time game. It has a certain aesthetic about it. It feels like it's best served cold. But I hope you guys are ready for the weekend. Maybe you got some plans. Maybe you're just going to kick back and play some games, or maybe you got to work. But, you know, whatever the case may be. It's almost Christmas time. It's all happening so fast. The time is just, the days are ticking by. The calendar is flipping too fast, man. Maybe you got some cool games on the Steam winter sale. I'm gonna have to take a look at my wish list and see if there's anything that I've somehow neglected to acquire until now that might be tempting. The top sellers on Steam, the Steam Deck. People just getting like a ton of Steam Decks for people for Christmas as a gift. At this point, I feel like if you get a Steam Deck, you'll definitely enjoy it. Like I found a weird niche use for mine. I saw my Steam recap for the year, and I want to say like 80 to 90% of my Steam Deck time was just out of the park. I just have like an out of the park baseball save, and I just chill either on the couch or something like that and just play out of the park on the Steam Deck. So that's my out of the park machine. But I feel like if you haven't gotten one by now, there's gonna be a more powerful one, right? Like there's gonna be. I feel like the hardware that's inside of it is like still fine for those games that, you know, you might want to just play mobile. But they've had the OLED for a year or two now, a couple years. How long has the OLED one been out? With the slightly larger 7.4-inch diagonal display with up to 90 hertz refresh rate. So fast. The thing they don't tell you about like faster refresh rate and faster frame rate is that is just proportionally draining your battery. So like if you're playing at let's say you're playing Balatro on the Steam Deck at 60 frames per second. If you're playing Balatro at 90 frames per second, you're using like 50% more hardware juice. I don't know if 30 extra frames is worth tanking the battery that fast, unless it's just plugged in. But anyway, I feel like there's gonna have to be a new one with slightly updated hardware, is what I would say if RAM prices were not absurd. So maybe not. I don't know. Does RAM prices prevent a new Steam Deck from being made and released? I'm starting to feel like I've been rewarded for my method and structure of building PCs. So every time I build a PC, I just go crazy. Because I don't intend to replace it for like 4 years. So little did I know I was investing in RAM stunks. I think I got 64 gigs. I was like, I don't even know if I need 64 gigs, but I might. I might in 3 years. I don't know. 4 years? They delayed the price announcement for the Steam Machine due to the RAM prices? Yeah, that makes sense. 128 here? Yeah, 128 is more than overkill. That's like nuclear annihilation of needs. That I feel like just from a physical reality perspective of conceptual use cases of 128 gigs is like running virtual machines and having a 5,000 mod pack in Skyrim. Or yeah, running your own server for a game. Running a multiplayer server would be a use case. I don't think that there is a game that exists that can utilize 128 gigs, but maybe there will be. You know, you never know. Then you'll be like, who's laughing now? The 64 gigs of DDR5 I bought earlier this year was $220. It's $770 now. Absurd. Yeah, like Alice got a gaming laptop just before D4 came out. And I think we sprung for like the higher RAM one. And that same laptop would probably just be like 50% more expensive now. It's crazy. Anyway, what's up, gamers? Howdy. We back. Chrome exists. That takes at least 128 gigs. True. Google Chrome does exist. But anyway, welcome back, everyone. What's up, Mostly Lost? Hello, Bucky. Hello, Durf on Turf, right on time. What's up, Kate Dandy? Orangutan Fellow? Getting down with the Friday music soundtrack from game I still haven't played, Yakuza 0. Me being influenced +1, just bought this. It'll keep you warm over the weekend for sure. Okay, let's change gears now that the song's over and hop in. You know what? I like this song. It's a good starter song. Okay. The problem with just hopping in is once I hop in, I gotta be ready because we left off last night. Not in danger, but I just gotta like, I can't just stand still and stare at the sky and talk. I gotta actually schmoove and get resources and stuff because I think night is about to set in soon. And we're out collecting food. We have a big food shortage, predictably. Hence, caveman civilization, hunting and gathering every day to try to make ends meet. Got stuck there for many, many, many years until we finally figured out agriculture. And I'm gonna be much the same. I gotta figure out agriculture at some point. Spawn in, instantly see this little dude. I can't attack. The button didn't, oh, my spear broke, bro. You win this time. Because I can't run too far away. Because there was a bunch of berry bushes right here I remember seeing last night. My spear, man. Spearhead. Let's make a new one. Why do we have so much garbage? Oh yeah, we got that bronze scythe yesterday. Oh yeah. Big time. Bro, they're eating the berries! That's a pup. I don't want the pup. Where's the other one? They're eating my berries! There were like 3 berry bushes here. Now there's only 2. No, it's 3. It's 3. Just get it before they do. Okay, huge. 3 berry bushes. Could have been 4. We are way out here. What time is it in game? 3:42. So we got a little bit of time before the sun sets. So what we need to do in that time is just... Oh, I should take those berry bushes with me. We're never gonna come back here. They keep returning to the scene of the crime! Give me that. It's a cruel, cruel world. There's not even any meat. Okay, anyway. What can I drop? What can I drop? What can I drop? I can drop low fertility soil. Who cares about that? Okay. Birch leaves. What kind of bushes do we have? Red currant, blueberry, cranberry seems to be a really common one. I'm gonna steal all these. Especially because they won't grow back for like 8 days, and I'm not coming back here probably. This one's in 1 day, 2 days, 8 days, 2 days. I'll leave a few. I'll leave a few just in case, you know? In case wandering me finds myself back out this way again in the future. So that maybe there's some food there. What is that, a bunny? There's a bunny, it's too fast for me. Okay, so yeah, time's ticking, and we're going real far north. I probably should circle around at some point because we need to go back home. Maybe just cut up this way. The idea is that we have some berry bushes back at home, but they need time to grow. And we need to continue to add berry bushes kind of in that vicinity around where we're basing out of, so we have some more ample food supply. And then simultaneously, we do have some seeds, but in order to start farming, we're gonna have to make an excursion to go get some medium fertility soil like this. That's a wolf. Pretty sure that's a sleeping wolf. So basically, like, I need just enough food. Oh, hello, little rift. We need enough food to sustain us for the berries to come in, and then the berries, that's another wolf. And the berries will sustain us until, like, such time we can plant some crops. I don't know if we'll have enough time, but I'm gonna have to try, right? Depending on how the seasons go. So it's all about kind of sustaining in the short term. And the problem, of course, is there are things I can eat that will kill these crops forever. Like, I can eat the cattail roots that we find here, but I think I would rather just take these and then move them closer to home. Oh, I can't. We don't have enough, Okay, hold on. I didn't think this through, bro. Did not think this through at all. I don't have enough inventory space. Can you do anything with the berries aside from immediately eating them? No, there's no gameplay in this game outside of running around the map, and you just kind of pick up food and eat it. It was a cool little, like, school project for some college students. and they were just trying to show their professor to defend the dissertation of how difficult it was to live. But unfortunately, there's nothing else that you can do in the game at all to survive. It's just kind of, you just kind of walk around and pick berries and just eat them by the handfuls. Shut up and just watch the game, okay? Barely a tech demo. Barely. I see what you did there. But yes, there's definitely like an appeal. Why are they crawling? Is it because I'm in the forest? It's probably some forest related. Dude, there's mushrooms here too? I didn't mean to throw that. Sandstone. Okay. This isn't good. I do have 9 bushmeat, which I guess is pretty good. That's copper right there. That's what that is. That's some copper. All right, I'm checking to see if I'm gonna get mauled before I open this up and set in copper. And in order to survive through the night, we're gonna need to cut down some trees in order to have some logs to kind of like wall ourselves in, and then we can cook some of the food. Trying to get like a little lay of the land. Mix the volume and sprint at the same time. Where the hell are the berry bushes? All I see is cattails. Which I wouldn't mind moving. Where are the trees? Like I said, we either need a couple trees or we need a little burrow. Or a little cave or something. And we're just gonna have to make do. Oh, I'm gonna be starving here in a second. Dude, we are like not breaking even here. Is that an animal? That's a bit of tree. I'm nervous. I am a little nervous. I don't like that sound. All right, but anyway, this is where it's right in my ear. I need to find something to drop for the wood. And then I can relax a little bit while we're cooking, but we just don't have very much food. I think I'm just gonna have to eat and cook some more cattail. Jesus! I didn't know the tree was supporting the entire structure of this mountain. Oh my God. Almost just insta-death to get started today. Holy. Relax here. Not what I wanted to have happen to start things off today. Okay, well, we'll make do. This is why we gotta cover ourselves up here. Almost died. So fast. I think I'm protected now. I'm dying of hunger though. Okay, at least I'm like safe enough to eat just one berry. We have a couple things to do under pressure, Get a little piece of grass. Doesn't matter, just drop whatever the hell. Get the piece of grass on the damn ground. Okay. Then do we have firewood? We do not. Okay, we will have firewood. Then we go boom, 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 boom. Put the firewood on. Then torch. Don't punch. Light it. I think it's right click. Okay. Use your own torch to light. Then throw the meat on there and the rest of the firewood. Okay. And then, well, that we gotta like eat at least one. It's heating up. Hi-ya-ya! This is stupid. Why are we struggling this much? It's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out. We just need a fresh day, okay? Not getting killed by avalanches. I need to go back out and get some cattails, but I need to eat just a little bit. That did not do anything. All right, I'm gonna have to eat a couple berries. I'm not happy about having to eat cattails, but that is what is required. I need a little bit more to close the wall in here. I heard a wolf howl too, which is not pleasant. Do I hear splashing in the water, or is that just a water sound? Yeah, I'm not happy about destroying the world's supply of cattail roots. But you do what you gotta do. Okay, drop. We could use the cattails. Ah, shit. I'm gonna use one of the horsetail pole. No, don't use that. We'll heal. Drop the damn... Bronze knife is almost dead. Who cares? The bronze knife's almost dead. We'll have to leave it anyway. It was fun while it lasted. I'm desperate. I'm desperate. We're gonna need some logs for firewood. That is a wolf over there. It's like right there. It's kind of hard to see. So don't go over there to cut trees. Should be fine to grab this and then run. Okay. I need another log for firewood. Maybe this one. If that wolf wanders over here, dude. Load-bearing trees trying to get me killed. We could burn some sticks if we need to, but that's not ideal. Okay, at least... Only got 2 logs for firewood. It's desperate out here, dude. We're not gonna have enough to cook. Okay, I'm gonna eat the meat. I barely did anything. I'm in danger. We only got 12 logs, bro. I need more firewood. I got 29 sticks. It's not gonna last very long. Just let the other one pop out. Yeah, I know. Just why can't you just take a new input and just not output it until the output is clear? Okay, that's gonna take a lot more than 10 logs to burn. What do? Bro. Okay, we are scraping by. We are scraping by, dude. It's not pretty. Then we gotta watch out for a wolf when we leave. Definitely gonna need a new axe. I mean, it's fine for now, actually. This is just gonna take up an inventory slot, I guess. Well, we lived through the night. I don't know about beyond that. Just after midnight. Let's take a look at the map. Right on the edge of this forest. I don't want to go through the forest. It's going to be very dense, difficult to find anything. Lots of mushrooms, I'm sure. Mushrooms would be great. These just seem like dangerous forests to me. We started like over here and wandered over here somehow. And then we need to wander back, but we need to have food by the time we get there. There's no reason to go home unless we have some food. I don't understand how we did so good before. Because we started over here, and by the time we got here, we had like 140 berries. So I think I need to go somewhere we haven't been. So I need to go like further north, kind of thread the needle over here, go around the hills, and then cut through and go up these plains, these swamp plains. I don't know what to call that. And then kind of just like hit new territory until we encircle around to like the edge of the fog of war. You know what I mean? Like kind of swoop down this way. And then pick up enough food to land back at home and make some progress on developing some local food sources. So, I don't know. I'm starting to think that if I could go back and do it again, I would either have taken even more berry bushes along with me on my travels, or marked different berry bush locations to like hit every few days. Like, whoa, there's like 8 bushes here. Just put a little berry marker on the map or something, just to kind of know where some hot spots are. But I think now I'm committed to just like making my own local berries kind of in this area. Just We don't have to plant them all right next to the base, even though that's what I started out by doing. We need to have room here for like an actual farm somewhere. It doesn't have to be huge, I don't think. Maybe it does, but just throw some berry bushes up in this region that we can pick that are a little further away from home, so we're not attracting 100% animal activity to us. Hope you haven't died. Well, ever? Your hope is misplaced. Sax, thank you for gifting a sub to Extra Chris. I appreciate the gift sub. Also, True Blade. Oh, that was last night, but thanks again, True Blade. If you're out there. We got 10 logs left. I actually might barely have enough to finish the rhizomes. Just chowing down on roots. Barely staying positive there. But my goal is to gather up a bunch of the cattails. And we're gonna set some animal traps and experiment with that today. And I'm just gonna go for like raccoons initially. Because I know raccoons eat cranberries. Or yeah, they just eat berries. I didn't mean to open a chat. Wasn't there a what was the survival guide on the animals that we read? Not animal it was not husbandry. It's on I thought it was trapping. There was like a page on basket traps. Oh, it just says how to use at the bottom. That's what it is. They will catch many, but not all baby animals and smaller adult animals such as chickens and hares. The trap must be baited with a food item appropriate to the target animal. Okay, so I don't want help. I'm just gonna experiment and figure it out. This is the problem with games like this. It's a puzzle that you have to solve, and then once you've solved it, it ceases to be a challenge at that point. But it's interesting that they don't outright tell you in the thing. If they wanted you to know, they would just tell you right here. There's not that many small animals, right? They could just list it. So the developer intends for you to just figure it out or look up a wiki. The traps do not always work. Sometimes the animals will trigger them but not be caught. We don't have to pause right now either. I'm just gonna use logic. Logically, chickens eat seeds. They eat like stuff in the ground. They peck, right? Rabbits probably eat like little vegetables or maybe seeds also. Like they eat like, you know, rabbits eat carrots. It's Bugs Bunny. They're getting into your garden. They're rooting up all the crops and stuff. So they want some like veggies. I don't even know what the other small animals are. Well, I don't want to know what they all are. We've only seen raccoons, chickens, bunnies, and then baby foxes would not. I don't know if a fox is small enough to be caught in this. Probably not. What time is it? Almost 3? So we will try and head back out pretty soon. 4 more rhizomes. I don't think there's anything else that we have that we can cook at the moment. We did find this crazy 10 bronze scythe yesterday. So the farming arc, we need to survive long enough to reach the farming arc. Very important. Part of me is tempted to just use a horsetail poultice instead of saving it for the after credits scene, you know what I'm saying? Like, we are slowly healing back up. But if I'm gonna head out and it's gonna be a little dark and we're in a dangerous forest, then having more HP seems better than having less and just assuming that I'm gonna heal. Like, this isn't even that hard to make. Okay, yes it is. We can't make flax. So these actually are kind of hard to make. But it seems like our health is going up reasonably fast. Coping hard. All right, let me see if we can see. Can definitely see. I'm heading out. Let's go north. I don't know if I should even mark this shelter, to be honest, because it's not really safe. I just took all the blocks off. There we go. We'll just leave that as is. Here we go. Wolves outside, no big deal. Oh, the cattails right here. Kinda gotta. Because at least if I don't eat them, I can move them. But this is also taking time away from finding more currently edible food. That's a log that I dropped. I was like, what is that floating in the water? I'm nervous, man. I think I get more nervous the more committed I get to surviving on a given save. And at this point, I like the area that we picked and I want to actually make it look good. I just have to live long enough to see it exist, you know? Ow. Okay, if we have an emergency food shortage, we can eat these. We kind of are close to emergency. I'm just going to have to eat the berries that I've got. And we'll find more berries. Looking around for animals first. Oops, wrong thing. I'm getting attached to this safe too. It's such a nice area you picked. Oh. I see. Rip that guy. I see. See, I wouldn't have seen if you didn't scatter, so it's kind of on you for being a rat. It's like it's your fault. Snitches in chat. Shame. What is this? Is this in the water? I think this is in the water. Okay, we need to move. I can't just cut down well, maybe I can. Who says I can't cut down every single cattail? There's only like 2 more left. I'll take them all. We can make some more baskets with this and we can get some more traps. Is that clay? I think it is. Kind of just saw it peeking through. Yeah, it is. Red clay right there. Okay, I'm gonna check for monsters. I am gonna check for villains. I see nothing. As much as I would love to dig that out, it's just not the time. Not the time. We got priorities right now. And the priority is going north. I want to kill the fox just to start acquiring meat. But I really need a free inventory space. I think we're just going to have to get lumps of fat later. Me hoarding it right, or just drop the 3 currant bushes. No, drop 1 dry grass. Where did that wolf, I mean, where'd the fox go? If I died a fox, then it's been real. I have to try. I don't care if it was only 1 meat. It was worth. Nice rift void right in front of us. Food? Growing onions. I don't have room for onions! All right, we gotta drop fat and fire starter. We got torches. Torches is my fire starter. I don't need a fire starter right now. I can make another one. There any more onions up here? Nah. Yo, I'm nervous, man. I can eat the onions at least. I can eat the onions. We have no choice. Food draining fast. I can always stop and make an emergency fire and cook the rhizomes. But really, all I need are a couple decent little berry fields. Okay. Hang on, hang on. Get out of here, raccoon. This is not for you, okay? These are mine now. I'm taking them with me. You don't get to eat them anymore. Okay, eat the berries and keep moving. Now we just need a little bit more like that. There's rye out here too? I need rye seeds. I need so much stuff. Hold on. I don't know if they'll drop any seeds. Okay, never mind. Canceled. Mushrooms would be great too. Look at that valley with the trader in it. That looks sick. Oh, right there? Didn't see you there, big dog. I'll give you some space. Maybe I'll go check the field for some berry bushes that are a little easier to spot. Cranberry bush one day. I don't have a day to come back. Ooh, secret. Oh, I was not paying attention. Not paying attention at all up here. Okay, we're starting to stabilize. I got so many goals I want to accomplish today. Oh, yeah. Oh, red currant. Let's go. I can't pick them up. Shit. Got too much of everything. I got too much garbage. Do we really need a flint shovel right now? No, right? Make a new knife blade real quick. A heavy temporal storm is approaching right now. Come on, dude. All right, well, our time is now extremely limited in terms of what we are capable of doing. That's a deer. Headshot. What? Ah! Is attacking back! I almost died to deer. I'm using the poultice. I almost died to deer. I thought it, how did it get back up to me? It jumped down and like ran around and then came back up to try to murder? And there's a creature down there too? All right, I used all 3 of my heals. I am not gonna die to, I almost died to deer. That was so potentially embarrassing. I don't know if it's still aggro or not. Chill, 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 chill. Chat, we gotta go. We gotta go. There's a temporal storm coming, bros. What should I do? I gotta just go home, I guess. I definitely need to like cut down some damn trees or something. And like wall myself in somewhere. I see some little crops over there. Home is so far away. Like, is it even worth going home or just cut down some trees? And create a little spot. Because I remember we had like way more time than I expected before. But then again, I don't want to get caught out. So I'm just going to go over here where the trees are. And we're just going to create ourselves a little... a little hole in the wall. Jesus, climb. Is that a real tunnel or a real fake tunnel? It's a fake tunnel. Okay. I'm just gonna go for what's here. Is there ruins right there? There are ruins right here. To the right. Cut faster, man. Okay, drop blackcurrant bushes for now, just to pick up some logs. It's not really much. Ruin-wise. Remember that shovel that I threw away? Could use it right now. I'm just gonna build this out. Okay, stress mode. It's hustle time. It's hustle time right now. Storm's coming in. And then we die if I don't have all my shit together. There's not enough logs. Hurry up, hurry up. If I die like this, I'll be so pissed. Torch. Torch. Torch, so I can see at different points of time. Okay, and then throw a torch in there. What is a big enough tree? Give me a big enough tree so I don't have to cut down 15 trees just to cover up the ceiling. That tree's too big. I do have another axe. I don't know how much longer I have. If the temporal storm comes in right now, it's over. But we had hours. We had a lot of time before. Hopefully it's the same each time. I'm also gonna be hungry. We start a campfire. I need some damn grass. Hurry up. Put your back into it. Pinecone, get the hell out of here, man. Okay, that's... Shut up. You little baby bitch. Okay, 16 logs, good enough. Pine cone. Why is this the most stressful thing I've ever done in my entire life? All right, is that enough? Make a little campfire. Stop standing around scratching your ass. Make a damn campfire. Okay, throw the cattails in. Did I just burn My tool. My axe is burnt. Did I pick it up or did I burn it? No, I think I picked it up. Okay, never mind. Okay, all right. Then close this in. We're just gonna stay in here. Okay. I'm not taking any chances because last time this storm happened. Hold on, I need to take one more chance because we might end up stuck in here until night, and then I'm gonna want maybe a bed to sleep in. And I need to have, I don't remember how much of this. But that's probably enough. God, this scared me. Okay, just go inside, it's fine. Shut up. Stop it. God damn it. Okay, make the stupid blocks. Okay, then 1, 2, 3, bed, then bed. Okay. Then make some more firewood. Oh, I already have more firewood. All right, well, now I have too much firewood and no logs. Okay, then I need to make another axe. Then I need to eat so I don't starve. Okay. All right, well, our day just got thrown upside down. The entire day ruined by the passage of time. Ugh. Did I just step in the fire? I love sleeping 2 inches from campfires in an enclosed space on a hay bed, no less. How's it going, Italics? Day 4. Jacksterity, how does it look like it's going? Not good. It's a stressful environment with a heavy temporal storm bearing down on us at any moment. The last time we stood outside for like a light temporal storm, I insta-died. So heaven forbid I am out there for a heavy temporal storm, unless we want to reset right now. So I'm just gonna have to survive in here. The only upside is I did get those 27 emergency cattails before. So we are gonna be able to sit in here and weather it with some food. However, that food was supposed to be the actual emergency for the future, not for the same day in which I picked it. I was expecting that to be something we take home so that we can replant the cattails instead of eating all of them. I mean, I can eat, I'll save some, so I want to replant them. I'll just eat these cranberries. Ad starting soon, turn your volume down, ad watchers. I guess I'll pause it for you, even though theoretically nothing should happen while we're in here. Purely theoretical, of course. One day we'll manage to procure more than a single day worth of food. Yep, for now it's fine. It's just that the timing of these events is so poor. Like we were poised to do exactly that today. In fact, we already were doing it. I had like 30 berries. I've got a bunch of berry bushes to take home. We're making traps, and I need to get all this set up, but I need time to do it. Anyway, ad starting, turn your volume down. So when they throw in heavy temporal storm on my ass right now, and it's, how many days into the game is it? Like, I can't be out there just in case. Like, it might not hit for a few more hours in the game, but I can't be out there when it hits. Or I'm dead. So I can't predict exactly when it's gonna land on us. Day 2, yeah, it's day 2, pretty much. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting us up to Feistel. I appreciate the gift sub. But anyway, off to a crazy start already. I have so many hopes and dreams. Back already, just one ad for Twitch Nitro. I didn't even know Nitro got any ads. Oh, that's Nitro versus Turbo. Turbo doesn't get ads. I don't even know how you get Nitro. Turbo, my bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't think Turbo got any ads. I'm just gonna unpause it, and if I see any pop up in the text in the bottom left, I'll pause it while the ad is going. That way we don't have to spend even more time in here. Yeah, Nitro is a Discord thing. Turbo shouldn't get any ads? That's what I thought, Shadow Fox. What's up? Welcome back. Not an ad with Turbo, an ad for Turbo. Oh. I thought you meant like, I have Twitch Turbo, so I just got one ad. Not, I just watched an ad for Twitch Turbo. Okay, I understand now. Anyway, 45 seconds left of ad time. Chaos. We've marked a lot of clay deposits. If we can just survive long enough, the existing berries that we've planted, I want to say we got 25 or 30 berry bushes down here, which, you know, if they have time to grow in, that's going to be like 150 berries, which is going to be a huge windfall to buy us like a few days of work without having to go out and scavenge all the time. Welcome back from the ad. Nothing happened. Just looking at, oh, here it is. You're here just in time. A heavy temporal storm is imminent. Coming in hot. Twenty more cattail roots. See, I kind of just want to save the cattail roots and replant them, because we can use the cattails for crafting. So if I need to cook them, I will. And I'm gonna leave the campfire going. But I got 23 berries. Oh boy, here we go. See if we're dead. I think I stepped in the fire. It is kind of gross in here. Oh, we are sideways. Damn it, I keep stepping in the fire. Wow, the wheel do be spinning fast. The wheel is spinning fast in the wrong direction. Are they pulling? Jesus, are they pulling me? Okay, I might need to, like, stand in the middle. I think they're cheating through the walls somehow. How much firewood is that? It's not that much. I should have cooked the meat. Oh, that was stupid. They're just pulling me toward them, man. I'm scared to light this in the corner. I'm just gonna wait here and chill. I'm just gonna chill here. They know I'm here. They want me to join them. I hear them calling to me. I should go outside. I should be with them. Yo, it would be so crazy. You know, like the security chambers in Cabin in the Woods when they go into the monster facility? That'd be crazy to have, like, fortified glass, reinforced, bulletproof, monster-proof glass right now and just see them all just like crawling all over the base right now. What the heck is going on here? This is exactly what it sounds like. It's extremely dangerous outside. There's a temporal storm going on, and there's a bunch of people that want to kill me out there. People might be a little generous. The Rust world and our world have conjoined briefly during this temporal anomaly that has allowed them to bridge the gap between our two worlds in order to try and take me to be with them. So we're just gonna wait it out. We're just gonna sit here and wait it out. I would be going crazy too if the walls are making gross sounds and then grabbing me. I don't know if the walls are grabbing me or if they're clearly like pulling me toward them psychically a bit, but I think they were just reaching at me to the wall. We're lucky it didn't do more. Okay, I think they started a landslide out there on accident. We're lucky they didn't do more damage. Could have been worse. But we just have to mind our own business. Don't let the monsters in, and then we'll be good, right? Unfortunately, it wasted our entire day, so it is now nighttime. It stormed during the day and is now night, so I'm gonna be stuck at night afterward. I'm glad I didn't make this if I made this a 2x2 instead of a 3x3, we'd probably be dead. Think about that. I think they were hitting me on the corner because they don't have a block in that corner. Is that lightning, but distorted? Lightning just super distorted. Will you show us what is going on outside? No, shut up. No, I'm not gonna go outside on my permadeath save. But I want to go outside. Oh, yeah, I want to see what's happening. Shut up. Chai, you guys, yeah. You'll be the people in the apocalyptic scenario when the vampires take over and your parents are like huddling in the basement and they've got like crosses and garlic and shit, and there's like people dying in the streets on your neighborhood. You're like, I want to see what's happening out there. Let's just go look. Let's go take a peek. Come on. I need to know. I just want to, like, okay, seriously, think about this. People who play RPGs and have to make sure every dialogue option is gray are the least likely to survive the apocalypse. I just wanted to see what would happen. They had the option, I had to click it to find out. The temporal storm appears to be waning. It says. Says the streamer who stood in a rift day one. Okay, but it could have been a portal that you're supposed to go through. I don't know what's in the game. It was my first life. Now I know to avoid them. All right. Now the problem is there's still people out there, so I might still be dead. So, we're gonna try and sleep through the night. Okay, food, good. Sleepy time. It's now midnight. No. I hear sizzling. It's 3:30. Sun's gonna be coming up soon. Maybe they're dead. Not tired enough to sleep. How are you not tired enough to sleep? You slept like 4 or 5 hours. You should be able to lay back down no problem. Interesting sound. I don't hear the grunting anymore. But I'm scared to open a window. All right, let's do this. Let's do this first. Two safe hovels quite close to each other. I guess I could have just gone to the other one instead of trying to make this one in a panic. But I was panicking so hard that I didn't look over there. Okay. I'm just going to leave the bed here. That might help future me. You ready? I stepped in the fire. It's fine. Okay. What direction am I facing, dude? I'm going for it. I'm out. And I'm out. Wrong way. Woo! All right, we survived. Big waste of a day, but we survived, damn it. So, I'll take the win. Cranberry bushes? What kind of berries are those? Oh, I don't have room for cranberries. Flowers in less than a day? Well, I'm going to interrupt these. Because I'm not going to be back here anyways anytime soon. I just want to go home, man. Less than a day? Too bad. This is actually a really... This would have just been a nice place to mark on the map, but now I've sort of commit... I guess I could just leave these here. There's a ton of cranberries here, actually. Too late. Now I'm just gonna grab them all. It'll reset the growth period. But it's much easier than walking all the way back. Growing turnips. We are collecting turnip seeds. Honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty solid. If you have a big house, I wonder if the game is smart enough to not spawn them inside. Nope. It is not. Thought I had 2 turnips. Oh, I did. I picked up the other one just now. Fox, I don't have room to kill you. Or else I would. I think I see... Do I see berries over there? Starting to hallucinate berries. But actually, though, there aren't any over there. Wait, there's definitely berry bushes over there. Okay, so I'm not totally crazy. Aged sandstone ashlar. Some little limited ruins. These were the berry bushes I was looking at. Got away with a berry. He got away with a berry. Okay, we got a lot more berry bushes to bring back and replant. Quite a lot, actually, yeah. So we need to kind of start heading this way to go home. I don't know if I want to go home, I guess, is the issue. Like, I need an even greater stockpile than this, but I also need to plant the bushes so they start growing. They're not doing anything in my inventory, are they? But the longer I am outside, the more I am able to find and claim. And maybe you just pick up some native copper bits on the surface while you're out to come back and dig for copper later, you know? So perhaps. This is actually a pretty populated area as far as berries go. I like this. How many times has Etal died since day one? At least 5. At least. Ooh, I see some. Getting a little better at identifying these. I don't have room for red currant. Did I leave red currant over there? Yeah, I just picked up red currant bushes. Did I not have room for red currant? Did I just leave berries on the ground? No shot, right? I would have seen them. I'm not gonna go back and look because I don't know where the hell I was, so. Or did I get a full stack of red currant? No. I don't know. Growing rye? Do we have room for rye seeds? Yeah. Time? It's only 8 a.m. Can we just please have a normal, full day to do everything that we want to do? And no temporal storms making me sit in a hole for a full day, draining my food supply. Because this is juice. We finally found like a good area that we haven't been to. The problem is it's going to be difficult to remember in the future where we have and haven't been if we need to go looking for things. I guess you get to the point where you don't. I'm going to pretend like I did that on purpose. And remember that I don't have any blocks to build myself out. So we could. This is why you need to carry logs. We are so lucky. We are so lucky. I think I saw copper there. Doesn't that look like copper? So I'm gonna mark this. I hear monsters. Trying to find their way up here, so let's get out of here. There was a berry bush right there, though, that I need. certainly one way to find copper. How do you get this game? Yeah, it's on their website. Actually, I bought it on Humble Bundle, but you end up having to go through their... I didn't mean to do that, but that works. You can go through their website. I think I got it on Humble back in 2020. And then it leads you to their website. Similar to other great games like Star Sector, who still kind of go through their website. All right, you get away with that one. The rest are from me. It's hard to tell the birch leaves apart from the berry bushes sometimes. I mean, this area is for low fertility soil. It seems like it's got a bunch of berries. The problem is they are kind of hidden amongst the other leaves here, but I feel like we found some really nice clusters. I need to eat something. Just stuff your face full of berries for now. All right, I feel like we've got enough. I don't know, I never feel like we got enough. Weather? What's going on here? Sandstorm blowing in. Yeah, we're not going to find much on this type of terrain, I don't think. I think swing south. And then IDK, like, we need to go home. I just don't know if I have enough to go home, but we need to get these berry bushes planted. So maybe we do try and make a sprint toward home. And then maybe get some of these traps set up. Oh, the music. I forgot to turn the music back on, so it's just super airy, or eerie. Whoops. I get nervous every time you jump on anything that's not grass. Sometimes you just gotta risk it. One day we're gonna be out here and be like, why aren't there any berry bushes? Where the hell did all the berry bushes go, man? I can't believe none of them spawned here. Oh, what kind is this? This is white currant. It's a whole different one. Just eat these. Not sure if it's gonna be worth. They seem much rarer. Damn, there really are a lot of berries out here. All right, we finally found it. Am I full? Unacceptable. Chat, what should I get rid of? Emotional attachments. Done. The knife. Well, done. But I kind of need a knife. Don't I? If I punch this... Like, can you... If you don't use the knife, do you harvest as much from the berry bush? On the right click? Have I just been using the knife for no reason this whole time? Oh my god, this field is insane, actually, for berries. I wasn't looking. I only got 4. I think you get 5 if you use the knife. Or am I wrong? I swear I have been getting 5. I'm decimating the berry populations here. But look at these berry bushes. I think I gotta make a call. Ditch the torches? That's gonna start a fire. How many did I just get? 4. Whatever. Let's just go. Maybe I just dropped the axe. Yeah, I just dropped the axe. The knife. Let me test this out again. Okay, so I have 18, and I have 23. Yeah, you get 5 with the knife. You get a whole extra 1. 25% more berries. Oh no, that's a whole different berry bush. Shit. I can't just stand out here all day. I didn't want, hold on. All right, it's like 4 berries. What else did I just drop something else to make room for this? What did I drop? The other bushes. Where are the other bushes? No, I planted them. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. All right, let me go. Let's go. Just straight south. Holy berry bushes! What the hell? All right, I'm just marking that to come back later. We need to go home. I can't really hold that much more of the weird ones. What kind is this, though? I can't even hold the red currants? This is too much for my ADHD-addled brain. Don't I have red currant bushes, though? I do have 46 of them. All right, leave the blackcurrant ones. And there's a few more over there. I don't know if this is worth marking on the map. There's like 5 berry bushes here. Just go. You dingus. There's more here. I can't hold red currant berries. Let's just go home. There actually are more berries here. Let's just go home. We've got a pretty good haul. There's ruins right here. I want to see if they got any juice. Or, you know what? I don't have time. Just mark it. Popping in from Coding Mods from Vintage Story to wish you good luck. I'm playing Vintage Story. Hello. What's up, Last Hazard? I do need some luck. It is true. All right, I marked this on the map. They're not really here. It's more like up there, whatever. There's some more berry bushes over there. Oh, there are berries right there. Okay, I'm not... Future me's not gonna think I'm insane. It does feel funny just marking where berry bushes are. It's like, bro, just go outside, man. You don't understand. I have been removing them from the map, so now they're becoming a precious commodity. We're gonna need some medium fertility soil too, because I need to get the farm started. I'm gonna put farm in air quotes until I figure out how to farm, of course. Yo, imagine if there was like a Amazon rainforest type of anaconda snake situation in these rivers. That'd be crazy, right? Let's do that. There's a mod for that. Wait, I need to go that way. This is the wrong way. How much do you need for a farm in this game? About 350. Stick around and find out. We're gonna answer exactly that by playing the game. I'm full of cranberries. I screwed up. We actually are straight up full, man. Are these not cranberries? What is that? Just go. Don't go toward the... There's a vortex over here somewhere. Just go. We ain't got time. Going the right way. Keep trucking. I guess I should mark trader over here. I don't know what. There we go. Trader's somewhere back there. Oh, it's that jump scare deer. Is that, why is it coming for me? Is that a deer? Holy. They're hungry, man. I stole all their berry bushes. Oh man, look, there's berries here too. I can't even pick them up. Thought that was a wolf for a second. It's here for revenge. That's a good amount of berries. We're just stuffed right now. What time of year is it right now? Well, it's December 19th for a good chunk of the world, and then December 20th for part of the world. So that's considered winter in the northern hemisphere. And then red clay right here. Hello, Arch. What's up? How's it going, gamers? Many berries. Actually. Okay, we're basically back, and we've got a lot of work to do. First is not starving to death. That's our first job. I'm addicted to this game now. Are you, Spoonful? I can see it would be easy to get addicted to. Lots of berries here. We need to come get these. These are close to home. These are my berry bushes that I planted over here. Got about 5 days until these ones flower. Watch out for the pit. This is our home. Such as it is. Bit rainy, isn't it? We're back. Got some cattails. We need to stash the berries for sure, because they'll last longer in here. These are only fresh for a day. Got some rye seeds. We got some brand new onion seeds. Brought some more flax. I don't know why there's a single dry grass in there. And then some more rawhides. I had to drop the fat that I was carrying before. Oh yeah, there is another seed. We need more storage, which I can do. We can do that. Help of cattails. Oh my god, we have so many bushes. I didn't notice how many we had. Okay, it's kind of annoying me that the berries are in the wrong thing, but... Only fresh for one day. All right, let's go out. We've also got cattails in that we personally manually planted here in our little pond. Trying to tastefully space them out and maybe make a little cluster. In a couple different spots. There we go. That'll look good when it's all grown. So we've also got some stuff growing over here. There's some tool for the future that we moved over. And now we just need to plant these berry bushes so that they start growing over here. We also got some trees, some saplings. So like, now I might need a shovel. I need to harvest these. Since they have max time left until growth anyways, may as well move them. These are gonna blossom in less than a day. Now I need to make a shovel, so let's make a shovel. I'm checking for bears. Check for bears first. Just a little look. Okay. Paranoid. I've been scarred. Suppose we're gonna need more than one shovel. Because I kind of like this little spot. Just want to flatten it out. To create more space. Yeah, we're gonna need a few shovels. I think we're ultimately gonna move the berries from the other spot over to here. Make a little... eventually an enclosure when we're feeling really fancy. I can't really wall it off right now, but I also don't mind if animals show up. That wouldn't be a problem either. Because we can eat them too. One does not simply do anything in Vintage Story. Yeah, that's why it's fun. It's already nighttime? Oh man, it's already nighttime. I was hoping to get this planted before the sun went down, but everything's got to be a project. All right, this is fine to be a project. It's gonna take a while. Let me just break the shovel so it's not taking up inventory. All right. And then I'm just gonna throw some bushes. Whoops. Shit. Clicking is hard. I don't know why this is such a struggle for my brain. Okay, I mean, that's better than nothing. Just so that there's some stuff over here that can start growing. Because it's going to take so long. I don't want to just hoard all of them through the night, but we need to get... I want to get inside because I just don't want to be out here when it's dark, dark. You can faintly see the purple in the background. Oh, that scared me. I'm a little jumpy right now. Watch out for the giant pit. And let's retreat into our hovel for the evening. Our torch is also out. Maybe we get a little campfire going here. There's some rot. What did I cook here? And I forgot about. Oh no, there's rot? I must have cooked some meat. Whoops. Okay, well, there's some firewood. Light that up. And then, I don't really have anything to cook. Unfortunately, we just have a diet of berries. I really need to get those traps set up, but we'll have to do that tomorrow. Hi, I am here for the bear jump scares. What's up, Ultra? 6-month gift sub courtesy of Poison BL. How nice. We've had no jump scares, but existential terror trying to survive a temporal storm in which many creatures were lurking around outside trying to attack me through my walls. So that was fun. Managed to stave that one off. But thank you so much for subscribing again. And it was fun getting to check out some 16x Project Zomboid last night with you. So I hope the rest of the stream went well. If you weren't here, chat, we raided Ultra after we were done last night. Doing a 16 times zombie population spawn clear the manor challenge run. Hopefully that ended on a good note. Project Zomboid has that built-in permadeath. We've done some 16x Zomboid. It's crazy. It's just like a constant struggle. I haven't seen the mechanics since we played back in January, I guess. And all I remember, I guess I could sleep. I don't need to even be awake. We have a bed. And if I have nothing to cook, then just eat some berries and be on our way. Get a torch down for some light. Sleep through the night. It went pretty well, always a treat. My bull kicked me, gave me a scratch on my neck, and I nearly bled to death. Your bull, like cattle. I stepped in the fire. The cattle kicked you? Oh. That's so funny. I'm gonna pause for a minute now that it's daytime because time is precious right now. I gotta pause because it's about time for an ad break anyways. Maybe we should just run the ad real quick. I ate 74 eggs and I was still losing weight. Yeah, that's the Project Zomboid experience now. They're determined to never let you be done eating food. Eggs, as far as the devs are concerned, eggs do not have, they have 0 calories and 2 grams of protein, and that's it. You'll be grateful for it. If a human could only eat eggs, how long would they survive? Probably would eventually develop severe malnutrition and serious health issues due to lack of vitamin C, fiber, and certain minerals. But probably potentially years, says Google. You could survive on that for potentially years. I thought you were supposed to gorge on butter. That's how it was when we did it, but then they nerfed the butter. They didn't like that people were doing that. Always be consuming eggs. I don't know if that's the ABCs, but thanks for that, Arch. But anyway, get a shout out in there. Thanks for sharing the sub. Go check out Ultra Source if you haven't already, or you maybe missed one of our recent raids. Been having a good time doing some hardcore Project Zomboid. I'd call it hardcore anyway. All right, chat. I will be back in just a couple minutes. All right? After this quick ad break, I'm going to get a snack, get a drink, be right back, and get ready for a new day. We got a lot to do, so I need to be fully mentally present. We got to set traps to try to catch animals. We got to plant more berry bushes. We got to start thinking about going to get some clay and also some medium fertility soil to bring back for some potential farming. So there's like so many different directions to go. I think getting the berry bushes down first so that they can start producing fruit is the easiest. So we'll start with spreading some berry bushes out in our environment. Go from there. Be right back. Yo. What up? Welcome back. We're here. Whew. Ready for day work. Big day ahead of us. Where to begin? So with the bushes, we only have a few types. Like these, we got the blueberries and the white currant, which seems to be rare-ish. I'm just gonna like, kind of put those up here. Away from the rest of the world. Save them just for us. All right. Now, with the ones that we have a lot more stacks of, I'm just gonna kind of like spread them out for now. Oh God, trees take 27 days? Holy, all right, well, wood is precious commodity here, man. We're gonna have to plant a lot more trees than that. Woo. I didn't know it was gonna be so crazy. Why did I cut those down? Oh, they're 7 days. Three days. Everybody in chat's never heard of a damn playlist before in their entire lives. And they have spent their entire lives just listening to never putting on any music on YouTube, never putting on Spotify. They didn't even know it was possible to play music other than the in-game music. They've never even seen the sound settings page before. Life hacks. But yes, we're listening to my own custom playlist. Because while the vintage story music is good and fine, like most games, it plays infrequently in order to obscure the fact that there is a limited number of songs. So if you turn it on high frequency, then you get tired of listening to the same 8 tracks over and over again. So I've made my own folk music. The funny thing is that I intentionally made this playlist in order to fit a specific... I thought I was being attacked again. I'm just hungry. I'm just hungry. Did we not eat going out? Anyway, I made a playlist specifically to fit medievally, folksy, fantasy style games. And apparently I did such a great job of selecting. Now granted, there is a lot of Dwarf Fortress music on there, which just goes with everything, but it is more than just Dwarf Fort, believe it or not. That it's indistinguishable. From any other game that we play it for. It is very fitting, yeah. Trying not to eat all the berries. So we might be going too hard on the Dwarf Fort soundtrack, but it is just so good. I'm thinking about just filling this in with dirt. Like, I don't really want a cave tunnel right next to my base. Okay, where was I? Trying to clear all of this. Not sure if it's the best use of time, but it is a project that I wanted to do, so I'm just gonna do it. One broken shovel later. Okay. We're not too far from the first berry bushes that we planted from maturing. And now we've already got some more behind us over there set up. So that's my short-term goal. Short-term goal is just get some berries. Self-sustaining berries for the summer. It's June. Winter's coming down the pipe. How many days is each season with my settings? Or each month? I forgot what settings I picked. Someone says 9, someone says 10. Definitely want to fill this in for something. So I may as well just move the dirt over since I've been picking up all the dirt from over there and shift it over here. Got a little earth moving project. It's not probably the best time to be doing it, but it's good use of time from a resource perspective instead of just letting all these dirt blocks disappear. Save me some time in the future. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Okay, then you can either raise this up one more, or you can dig this. We're definitely gonna want to fill this in. Less pits, less divots. Down there, I'm definitely gonna want to fill that in, but it's not worth it right now. Let's focus. So now we got all this space. Ugh. What are we building? Stuff and things. I'm just trying to make the land look the way that my brain thinks it should before putting down a bunch of berry bushes on it. By the way, thank you, Wojust, for 33 months. I don't know, when did you subscribe? Sneaky AFK sub message. Oh, that explains it. That makes more sense. Thank you so much for 33 months of sub. And for hanging out in the stream. We'll see what Wojust has been playing of late. Also, Project Zomboid. The Project Zomboid gamers are in the house right now. Get a shout out in chat for Wojust as well. Poison Bale, thank you for gifting a sub to Carbon Metric earlier. Likewise. Much appreciated. So we'll have time, I guess, to get fancier later. And be like a future project to actually make this look pretty instead of just functional. But right now we're gonna have to deal with functional. So we need to do an experiment. And I can't tell chat what the experiment is. Lest they tell me the answer to the experiment before I have a chance to do it. The good news is we shouldn't have to go far. Because I need to eat some berries. Yeah, where are those berries that I looked at and didn't pick up because we had too many berries? We should go back and pick those. There's some right here. So I'm gonna leave these because these are close enough to home as to just be useful. No reason to move them and pick them up and drop them somewhere else. Quite a few, actually, and that's really nice. Well, there's a little bit of... Yeah, there's the clay. We already knew the clay was here. We're gonna need to get that too. But one project at a time. All right, here's the experiment. We got medium fertility soil. If I put a berry bush on it, it still says will flower in 8 days. So it's trying to see if fertility of soil affected berry bushes or not. I don't think it does, unless it gives you more berries. Chat, does medium, hang on, is there just some medium? It doesn't say. Does medium fertility soil have any interaction with berries? It doesn't seem that way. But I had to try. It kind of made sense, like it could. All right, we'll come back for clay. We need to focus on food. So I ran over here for no reason, but I had to see for myself. Pit. Beware the pit. Okay. Now, let's throw down some berry bushes. From a visual perspective, chat, purely visual perspective, do you like it when the bushes are like one space apart? Or just go crazy. You know what I mean? Go crazy, tall hedges, one space, room to breathe. I like doing grapevine rows. One space, rows are neat, a row looks neat. Two spaces, to be honest. I like it as a hedge. See, that's what I'm afraid of. If I have to... I want to make it, like, look nice, like a garden, but I can't spend the time necessary to try and landscape more than I already have. One space only seems weird, but like 20 together seems too much. Bunches of 3 to 4, then a space? They're just too fluffy to be so close. 2 by 2. Hedges with rows between. So we have 25 cran and 53 current. So the current can stack, the cran cannot. That we could use. We can use that information. I wish... and those are the 2 most popular ones, so... My problem is I just don't have time to do all the fancy stuff that I want to do to make this look really good. So, but coming in and trying to fix it later is going to be a huge pain in the ass. Okay, well. Winter is coming. Your mom is coming. I don't space them because I live on a tiny island, but one space will probably make you hate yourself less. I like bunches, yeah, 3 to 4, then a space. Do a few, a couple spaces, a few, a couple spaces. I have a giant 14 by 14 block of them, so I'm not the one to ask. It's fair enough. This is where we get to the farthest frontier part of the stream, like flattening the ground. Nothing is worth doing if the ground isn't somewhat put together. Everyone knows that. Alex, would you like to know why the main character is blue? Nope, don't give a shit. It's because I chose that color. Okay, I have to destroy all this because I can't see. I can't see. I can't see the vision yet. I have to be able to see the vision. Is it gonna be a square, like a rectangle, once it's got a fence? Is it gonna try and conform, like, okay, I'm assuming since this is a voxel block game that there are no diagonal fences. I'm assuming that we can't, you could do a hedge maze. Well, I'm thinking about doing a hedge maze. However, I'm trying to figure out whether or not there are diagonal fences or not. Because that is going to affect how we end up going about this. Not unless you make them yourself by chiseling. Okay, I see. I have no idea how chiseling works. Is chiseling prohibitively difficult, I'm assuming? Like, okay, let me put it like this. If you chiseled a shape, can you copy and paste it, or do you manually chisel each block? Not without mods? All right, so I'm just not gonna attempt chiseling. I could just make the old school diagonal Minecrafts by like the zig, you know the zigzag diagonal. So maybe that. That could actually look really cool. I'm trying to envision it in my mind. The problem is I need a grid to figure out how much space to give them, because there's so many bushes that it's difficult to imagine how much room I'm gonna need for the Giga berry farm. Like, let me show you a paint of what I'm doing. You guys, we're busting out the paint. Okay, so the base is down here, and we kind of go like up, over, and we're like here basically. So like the terrain is sort of like outward like that, and then it kind of comes back in. So what I'm thinking is we can shape the terrain around it as necessary, but have hedges kind of like this. All right, that left one got a little long. That left one went a little long. Hedge is kind of like this. And then the walkway, like there's a walkway through here. Okay, and then this side can honestly just be closed off. This can just be hedged off. And then in betwixt, we have like the other smaller, like we got like regular little, we gotta have a wall, like a space to walk. So it's gonna take a lot of room, but like rows. Of the smaller ones in between. Looks like a sailboat. That looks like a sailboat? I see the Windows update of Doom waiting to bounce. The problem is I need to plan this on a grid because I can't tell how much room this is going to take. Any way to find this playlist? Nope. It's private on my... It's my private Spotify stuff. But I'll give you a hint. If you just go to Spotify and you just find the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, right-click one of the songs, and go to Song Radio, and then listen to a whole bunch of songs from there. That's all I did. I just went to Spotify, found songs I liked, went right-click, go to Song Radio, or go to Artist Radio, and then look at the suggestions they made, and just throw all of those on a list. See, like, I feel like to do this, I'm gonna need more space here. Maybe just start with the other side and then worry about this side after. Let's start on this corner. Where the heck is the edge? I feel like I need 1,000 more dirt for this. Sorry, I'm just doing the Minecraft jump. The reason I'm doing the Minecraft jump is because it gives me slightly better vision on the... I'm not doing it because I'm antsy. I'm doing it because I'm trying to, like, see the platform that I'm standing on. And the sun is getting low. It's already 4 p.m. We gotta plant some shit. This takes a full day. I didn't even do anything. Because, like, the grass blades obfuscate where the hill goes down until I jump, and then I can see the edge. Yeah, I think we're going to have to build this out further, so... I need more dirt. I need more dirt, bros. I'm too indecisive for a game that's on a timer. It stresses me out. Etal, if you ever feel like making art, I think the only form of art you would excel at would be pixel art, maybe woodworking. Okay, but why list that as a backhanded compliment? Instead of, hey, if you ever wanted to do art, I think that you'd be good at pixel art. You say, I think the only form of art you'd be good at is pixel art. Do you see the difference in those two statements? You've limited me and boxed me in already. Anyway, the fun thing about art is you cannot fail at making art. All you have to do is make it. Tell that to my 8th grade art teacher. There's no such thing. Okay, if the standard of being good at art is people think your art is good, then there is no such thing as a good artist, because there will always be someone who thinks that someone's art is shit. Right? Therefore, there was no such thing as failing at art. So I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. And you can't stop me. All right, you know that we're gonna end up moving these in the future. The problem with the zigzag is, like, how do I reach the ones that are in the middle? I guess you just have to remember they're there. And this is where you realize you don't have enough dirt. I think it's 3. See, I've already messed this up because it needs to be further over. Like, this needs to be further over, and the whole platform needs to be further over, but this is just, this is gonna be just the first iteration. I don't even have enough bushes to finish this. Yeah, I don't even have enough bushes to finish this. That's okay. I think I want these like 2 space. Yeah, I've already messed it up. I went 1 block further on the 3rd corner. It's ruined. It's ruined. Okay. I planted them, all right? If nothing else happened, I planted them. So there. It's not perfect. It needs to be fixed later, and it needs to be finished later. I didn't realize exactly how much room I was going to have for berries here. But we're going to have a shit ton of room. At least they're planted, and they'll start to do something. All right. Can we set up some traps before the sun goes down? Those are like my 2 goals. Get all the berry bushes planted, set up some traps. We got these berry bushes down here. That's just version 0.01 of the berry farm. Luckily, they can be moved. That's the best part. They can just be moved. Like if I let them blossom, wait until they've blossomed, then do a revamp, then no time is lost because they take like 8 days to flower either way right now. Stardew Valley cleanup session. Okay. Cattails to make a little basket plus stick to make a basket trap. We're gonna experiment with this a little bit. I need to plant that birch seed. Got our own cattails over there that we'll be able to harvest. All right, so I'm gonna do it a little ways away from the base, but I need to remember where they are. How about just right here? All right, so the obvious question. How do you put anything on it? Surely you don't just do that, right? Like, how do you I know it needs bait. I don't know, maybe berries not the right... Maybe you can't use berries as bait? I just want to catch a raccoon. Oh, there it is. I had to right-click on the correct spot. I was right-clicking on the wrong spot. Wrong pixels. Okay, then let's do another one kind of up here. I don't know how far away it actually needs to be. And there's an animal right there. Put another one right next to the berry bushes. Actually, that might not be a great idea. Maybe like... over here on this little hill. Oh, I think you can't do it while you're crouched. Maybe that's what it is. All right, well, we got some traps outside. We put some berries in there. We got 4 days until these berry bushes sprout some stuff, which isn't that long in the grand scheme. right, so actually we're gonna need some food. We just have to make it a little further. These are only fresh for 9 hours? That's not good, bro. Do they stay fresh a little longer if you're, if they're in the basket? Just a teeny bit longer? I think they do, right? We need to make a crock. For a small bonus. And then eventually we need a cellar. A fully enclosed space with a cellar will have a low and consistent year-round temperature. Oh, any fully enclosed space is a cellar. But to verify if a cellar is working, look at any container's block info. Food parish speed 0.74x. This one's 0.77. This one's 0.81. So I don't know why this reed chest is the best one. A storage vessel is a good place for grains and raw vegetables. All right, I say we just sleep. Because I don't want to be working at night. Try and wake up. I tried to wake up at 3:30 and I woke up at 5 instead. Classic. Fresh for 4 hours. Oh no. Is it over? We're gonna lose a full stack of like 30 berries. I guess they'll just slowly start to rot. They don't just insta-rot, right? At least the meat didn't. I'm gonna eat a little rot, a tiny bit of rot. Never hurt anybody. I'm pretty sure. Did I bait the traps with rotten food? Hope not. We'll check on those later. Let's go get some clay. Clay and soil. And then we can start to do some stuff with that. Try and grab any berries that we can on the way. There's clay right next to bays. I guess we'll start with the most easily accessible. That may or may not be a wolf. Looks like a deer. Okay. It's finally clay time, boys. At last. Every bag of grapes ends up with like 6 to 7 weird mushy dented grapes at the bottom that you just throw out. It's true. All right, maybe 2 stacks to get started. It's quite a big deposit here, which is awesome. Okay. Like this entire area is clay. All the way over to here, up to here, around to here. So this is a big clay pit. It goes down at least one more layer too. Ooh, a treat. Okay, so actually I should just cut down the ones that we just picked from and take those over to be a little closer. I mean, that's 7 days. I'll just grab that too. If these were like 1 or 2 days, then I might. Okay, now for some medium fertility soil. Did we bust all the loot containers here? Should I just remove the marker? I think there's still a couple. Thank you. Flint axe and flint shovel. And blue clay. And dry grass. Fantastic. Pretty sure we broke all the other ones. Watch your step. Wolf. Okay. You just mind your own business, brother. Garden to berry bushes, I see. Okay, there should be a bunch of medium fertility soil right around here. Yep. Yep. Now, the problem with this is we're gonna need kind of a lot. So just get digging, I guess. And bring it on over. Hello, GamerDeathBot. How the heck has it been 3 hours already, dude? Time flies. I feel like digging around the low fertility soil is creating a strange visual here. Hey, I already made another shovel. Nice. Future proofing. I see some berries. I'll borrow you. Bring some more berry bushes home. All right, where was the medium fertility soil? It says Omega fertility soil. Must be this. Get to digging. Chat, how many of you guys have started either playing for the first time or went back to Vintage Story and it's all my fault? We do not need a claystone. Me, thought about it. I'm trying to resist buying it. And my group of friends, it's my fault, Shadow Fox? Really? I was already playing it. I downloaded the latest version, but haven't started playing it again. Is it worth a buy? It's a good game, yeah. It's fun. Feels very, if you've never played it before, it feels really fresh. I'm still hooked on WoW from when you played that. I got somebody hooked on WoW. It's time to give up streaming. That's a sign of the end times. It's when I know it's over. Are you playing at a really hard difficulty? Yes. I'm not playing on normal. I'm playing on like wilderness survival, which is, my understanding, is one of the harder difficulties by default. I mean, I'm sure that there's harder custom settings you can do besides the default choices. Chat, is the caveman nobody's lived here start significantly harder than wilderness survival? This one just sounded more interesting because I kind of wanted to experience the game with like the lore in it that, as the developer put it in, since I've never experienced it before. And the stuff you can do and discover. In a way, yes, because no ruins. I thought there was another reason why I didn't pick that mode, though. And I don't remember what it is. We have 100 mods? That's a lot of mods. So I feel like 100 mods, I'm playing the game naked. No traders is tough. So the Homo sapien one, you get no traders, but you also get no temporal anomalies. So there is at least a little trade-off there. Okay, let's get like one more stack. And then we'll have 3 stacks of medium fertility. And then we have to do some terraforming back at home because I don't want to make a giga farm because I'm not that good at the game and I'm gonna have to figure out how to take care of all the crops. So we're gonna start with a small farm near where I want my house to actually be built. And then we gotta learn what all that entails. And then maybe find some berries on the way. I got 34. Just a small 64 by 64 farm, yeah. Start humbly. Okay, I got a full stack. We don't need eagle ferns. So, got like 2 red clay and 6 medium fertility soil that I need to not have occupying so much space. The lore and exploration part is some of the best parts of this game, in my opinion. Like, just finding out how everything works together and intermingles, yeah, it's good. I left some here, too. I didn't see these. I had a third thing I wanted, but now I can't remember what it was. I don't have space for cranberries. I should go. Ooh, that cattle rift. Yeah, I should go back to the spots that I marked for berries that we didn't have room for previously. Grab those real quick. Then head home and try and decide where to set up some baby crops. Six and 5 days. I just don't care. Just bring them to me. Bring them local, where I can exert some control over the berries. Now there's lead right there that I already marked. So where are the ones that I said were east of there? These probably. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. How we doing? What's up, Cal Pigeon? I'm surviving. We are. I knew there was a. I was about to say. I think there was a wolf here earlier, and then there's a wolf right in front. But I was like, nah. Why? Don't say that. You're just trying to fill dead air. You don't have to fill dead air. It's probably not a wolf. And he's right there. Raccoon jump scares. I'm not saying I won't. Maybe I will. So much faster than me in the water. I gotta do it. I'm hungry. Okay, I don't want to die of oxygen. I know I'm gonna need this later, so let's just get that now. Where did that vortex come from up there? Is this guy angry? I'm sorry, little buddy. It's like faster to swim. So sad. I take no pleasure in the hunt, but it must be done. I know we need bones too, but I just don't have space, so I don't care right now. I just don't care. All right, let's go home. Also, ad coming in already in like 10, 15 seconds. Brace yourself and take a very quick bathroom break. And then try and get some things schmoving. Waterlogged bushmeat, a delicacy. Around here, it is. It's our only source of protein. We need more grains in our diet. Sad dudes. We need to go see if we can eat that stack of spoiling berries to try to keep them from going to waste. That's what I need. Why are you opening up right there, dude? That one looks big. It's probably just normal size, but it like seems larger. All right, brace yourself for the ad. There it is. Okay. Very quick beer beat. Yo. What up? We back. Thanks for waiting. All right. Let's get it rolling. I guess the downside of the bush maze is if you're inside of here, something could be lurking outside, and you won't be able to tell. The inverse of this would also be good, where it's like the tall ones in the middle, and the short ones that's like a fence on the outside. But I've already kind of committed to this for now. getting there. It's getting there. Well, did I do this? Who did this? Yeah, I don't think these traps are gonna work that fast. Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled. Maybe I need to set them further out. It'll take a little trial and error. So, 66% spoiled. They spoiled so fast. Jesus, 33 berries. Gone. Just create a fruit press. It's easy. Can be placed into bowl, jug, condenser, boiler, barrel, and bucket. Bucket is planks. Why can't, if I can cut logs, why can't I just carve a hole into one of the logs and make that into a bucket? After 216 hours of open storage. So juice lasts a long time. The thing is, I can still eat these. They're just not going to give as much satiety? Satiety? How do you even say that? It won't satiate me as much.
Satiety.
Satiety. God, I hate that word. I hate that word. I didn't want to sleep. I was trying to say it won't satiate me, but I was trying to say satiety, but not having ever thought about the word satiety in my entire life. All right, we'll just eat that whole stack of berries and try to eke out whatever we can get from it, you know? And then we got a little bit of meat to cook for some proteins. All right, and while that's happening, we still got a little bit of sunlight. So here's the deal. That's a fox. We have to fight to the death. Ow! Bit me! I whiffed a few very important attacks. That's the sound of me cutting, but it... Yo, why are you here? Chat, there is a rift right outside of my home. Right outside my home. We need more torches. The problem is the damn torches don't last that long. They're like 48 hours. I know I have the scythe, but I want to save the scythe for actual farming. But it would be kind of cool to just use it now. It has 600 durability. But I'll save it. I gotta save it for the after credits scene. This is the grass cutting training montage song. Few more. Okay, few more. Ripe in 7 days? These are blackcurrant bushes. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. Forgot to put, well, cooked bushmeat. Got one more. A couple more logs in. And then let's craft some torches. And then we can throw the torches on there too. Fresh for 3 days. So what happens if you have a stack of cranberries that's like fresh for 21 hours and then one that's fresh for 2 days? If you combine them, does it average out the freshness or what? Okay, we need to get some more wood. I'm just gonna eat the bushmeat. We need to go chop a few trees. Bro. I'm surrounded. Is that peat? What is that? I don't know why I took all this stuff with me. There's actually blue clay right here. I didn't see that. And then peat above it. Interesting. Most interesting. How much time we got? Not much. I also didn't bring any food with me because I'm really good at this game. And I knew that there were going to be blackcurrant bushes right here. And also these ones. More cran. And also ruins. Which may or may not be anything. Who's that? Deer? These are these even trees? These are kind of just shrubs. I'm not here to attack you, dear. I know I have been, historically speaking. Okay, just jump off of the cliff. It's fine. Ooh, some more berries. All right, here's the problem. It's getting dark. And I don't even have an... I do have an axe. I don't even have slots for this stuff. I'm dropping the bones. We don't really have much time. Trying to get some birch seeds so we can replant these. Quite unsuccessfully right now. Well, that was a big waste of time. Mostly, yes, he added more water to his world. Oh, yeah, the settings? Yeah. It's mostly default. That is a huge... That tree's gonna take so long to cut down. I don't think it's worth right now. I'm going home. We need to get in there, get organized, and get ready for a big day tomorrow. We did, I think, a decent amount of stuff. We have clay. We can start doing the clay while we're in there. That's something good to do during the night. And then we got a bunch. My bad. Yo, my bad. We got a bunch of this just totally interrupted my train of thought. We got a bunch of medium fertility soil. That's what I was trying to say. Got 24 torches. Shit. The door fell off. It's a dangerous place for... Shit, he's outside. Okay, let's just chill. Let's just chill. Hey, there wasn't a door, so I helped myself. I'm coming on in. Oh, what's up, Steerless? Yeah, we're on more or less default settings. More or less. I got a lot of learning to do. A lot of learning. Do I need to cook anything? Maybe. All right. See, here's the problem. I need to do stuff, but I don't know how to do it without pissing off a bunch of people who already know how to play this game. So I'm just gonna do my best and experiment with clay. I can make bowls. I can make planters. I can make clay cooking pot. A large pot that can be used for cooking. See meal making guide in the handbook. Have we read that already? I can make a crock, which we did read, can help store food longer to preserve meals and pickled foods. To smelt ores on the fire pit. A crucible. A raw red clay flower pot, a container for flowers. A red clay ingot mold to cast metal ingots for storage or later use on the anvil. A clay jug that can hold 3 liters of liquid that can be drank from. Shingles for decorative roof blocks. A storage vessel for preserving grains and vegetables. So, in real life, what's the difference between this clay storage vessel and a crock? Obviously, in the game, it says meals and pickled foods versus grains and vegetables. But they're going to take up 1 block each, aren't they? A crock is a quarter of a spot? Oh, okay. It just looks the same size from here. Raw red clay anvil mold. A bakeable mold to create an anvil which is required for more advanced tools. An axe mold. A Falx blade mold. A hammer mold. A helve hammer mold. A red clay hoe. Lamella mold. Pickaxe. Prospecting pick. A shovel. And a watering can. Allows you to water farmland that lacks a nearby water source. Also very effective at putting out fires. That sounds good to have for multiple reasons. Bad time for this to go out. Now we get to experiment with whether you can simply relight the torch or if it needs to have a whole new torch. Okay. That answers that. Chow down on some berries first. Since we don't have any other food, somebody's got to eat it. All right, they'll just give us enough. We're not going to eat everything. We can get more berries. Our planted ones are going to come in pretty soon. All right, clay time. Boom, boom, boom. What am I making? Some firewood. I hear a goat. Okay, well, only one of these says see handbook. So let me see handbook. Listen to the pot lid rattle. The creation of meals will allow you to subsist for longer on the food you've gathered. Create a bowl and a pot with pottery and fire them in a pit kiln. A pit kiln created by place clay products in a 1x1x1 hole, then place dry grass, sticks, and firewood. Peat and coal can be used instead of firewood. Ignite to fire your clay. Careful, ignites nearby combustible blocks. Backseating by the game has prevented a bona fide stream moment. A pit kiln fueled with firewood will take 20 hours to finish. Peat will take 16 hours, brown black coal 12 hours, and charcoal 10. So there's some value in peat right there. To be faster. Okay. I'm going to have to come back to this because I'm not going to remember that, but I know it exists now. Once you have fired a pot, place it into a fire pit. This will add 4 cooking pot slots to the fire pit inventory where you can place ingredients. Oh boy, actual cooking. You can cook many different meals by filling 2 to 4 slots of the cooking pot. All used slots... All right, this song's gonna be too distracting. Not good for when I'm reading instructions. All used slots must hold an equal amount of portion. Portion size for each ingredient can be found in meal recipes. You can cook up to 6 portions at once. The more portions, the longer it takes. If you actually want to eat the meal instead of inhaling the sweet aroma, you will need a bowl. Project Zomboid and this game have that in common. With an empty bowl in hand... Well, not that. Certain meals in Project Zomboid have that in common. Right mouse click on the pot to fill the bowl. You can then eat from the bowl. If you want to clean out a bowl or a cooking pot without eating it, toss it in some water. You can read the cooking recipes for more specific instructions and a list of ingredients. Alternatively, some simple cooked foods such as roasted meats or cooked cattail root require no pot at all. Just prepare the item directly over a fire pit. And don't forget to check out dough and pie recipes too. Oh no. All right, cook recipes. We got jam, meat stew, porridge, scrambled egg, soup, and veggie stew. Jam. 2 slots of sweetener. Put your pot on the fire pit and gather up your fruit and bowl of honey. Of course, my bowl of honey. Fill your pot half full of fruit in equal stacks. Jam has a much longer shelf life than fruit does on its own, so it's not particularly filling, but it will extend the shelf life of fruit if you have the honey necessary to make it. Okay. Meat stew. 2 to 4 slots of meat. Optional, 2 slots of eggs. Eggs. Chicken eggs, bro. We need a chicken farm. But then the wolves are gonna come try and eat them and stuff. My brain is expanding right now. Optional, 2 slots of vegetables and a slot of fruit. Okay. So basically, like, yeah, we need to we need to start planting or saving the veggies that we've got. Okay, porridge. 2 to 4 slots of grain. There's your, okay, spelt, flax, rye. Yeah, we've been picking that up. I've just been munching on it. Optional, 2 slots of fruit, 2 slots of veggies. And you can add honey as a topping. Okay. Scrambled eggs. What's going to be eggs? Cheese, veggies. Soup. Veggies. Optional protein. And then vegetable stew is going to be, as you expect, all vegetables, including mushrooms. Okay, chat, is this an exhaustive list of meal recipes? Or are there more that are just not in the survival handbook? There are more? I thought they said something about pie. Well, a pie is not the same as a meal recipe. These are different things. There's a list of pies. That's a different thing, and dough is its own thing. The handbook is the Bible. Everything is in the handbook. There you go. Okay, well, to get started then, there's really not much we can do outside of make some meat stew, and then we have to grow crops or find more crops to get the other stuff, it seems. Because I don't have any of these. And we can go get some mushrooms from a forest. And that would help. Okay, well, we have a goal. And we have a goal. We got many goals. So, let's get started. I was paused through the game for that, so we didn't waste all of our nighttime just reading. So I have a few things I want to make. We're definitely going to want to make that. I don't think I want 4 cook pots. For now. 1 is good. So there's add clay, remove clay. And then tool mode. Don't think we want that necessarily. And you can do like duplicate layer. Okay, duplicate layer does this. That's cool. For when you're just going like up, bam. Look at that. Look at it. It's beautiful. Yeah. You go over there for now. We'll have to do the rest with you later. Now let's make... I want to make a watering can just to have one. And then when the sun comes up, we have a bunch of jobs to do. Wait, is that going up a layer? Yeah. I thought that was the spot that I just destroyed. This is a very interesting system. I think I like it. I find it peaceful. Everything feels much more measured and intentional. And it'll make you appreciate the things that you are literally creating by hand. Giving value to every tool that you make. Especially as it becomes more complicated to do so. Am I dead? Bro, he's cheating! He's cheating, man. He's wall hacking. I've learned a valuable lesson about how to design my houses, though. Don't leave the outside corners open, because they just try and get to you through the corner and try to, like... Come on, bro. All right, well, he already knows I'm here, so I may as well just continue on my business. I'm trying to do some peaceful clay making, brother. And you are all up in the way. Okay, so besides the watering... I probably want another storage vessel. Don't open the door. It's like a cat trying to figure out how to open the door. There's 2 of them. How many are there? Okay. What else did I want to make? I wanted to make probably... Did we make a crock already? That's a cooking pot, not a crock. Maybe they just want to watch. You guys gotta leave, man. Can't stay out there. There was a different roar. There was a different roar, dude. Don't act. As long as I don't accidentally open the door, then I'm fine. Just don't even look at him. Don't even look at him. Don't look at him. The neighbors are here for a visit. KXZ501, thank you for 63 months of sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you for subscribing. I'm gonna look this way while I eat. What time is it? It's berry time. Time to eat some berries. Time to go outside. And brave the elements. But I need to organize my, Ooh. Not time to go outside. Almost baited. Let's get organized first. Damn, we just have so much garbage. We do just be having so much garbage. I just realized that I'm saving the hide for no reason, because it just perishes in 3 days unless I figure out leatherworking later. All right, that'll be a problem for future me. So I'm saving those for no reason. At the moment. It's fine. We'll get more. There's nowhere to put anything. Gonna have to, I just have too much clay. Okay, I'm going out. I'm going outside. Actually, I'm not. Hold on. We're definitely gonna need a new knife blade. And a new spear. And a new shovel, probably. May as well do that from the relative safety of my home. You know what? The dev should just go full masochist mode and make it where if you accidentally left click on the wrong part when you're chiseling, you have to start the whole thing over because you broke it. You weren't careful enough. You know what I mean? Like, because think about it. If you delete something when you're just napping, you can't bring it back like clay. Clay, you can put more stuff in, but not napping. If you nap the wrong spot, you mess up the entire build. Now you gotta be extra careful. Okay, I'm going out. It is a foggy morning. I see you up there. Hey! Don't shoot! I gotta block that off. You can't be allowed to be up there, brother. These bastards messing with my feng shui right now. Those berries gotta be rotten. I mean, I don't know, dude. Cranberries. I don't know where to put these. So for now, they're just gonna go right here. Till I figure it out. New neighbors moving in. Unfortunately. We had more berries and food and stuff in there. I wonder if I should just go out and try and pick some fresh. I don't remember how long they were gonna stay for. The ones that are inside our house. One day I'll be able to actually hunt a deer without the deer killing me. That's kind of the state we're in. Imagine if ancient cavemen experienced that, you know what I mean? They're hunting a deer. They hit it in the head with a spear, and then the deer turns around, looks them in the eye, lowers its head with no horns, and just charges at them. Just straight up. Then they have to run home in fear and tell their family and their tribe that they were not successful in the hunt today. That'd be very embarrassing as a caveman. Okay, because we're still hungry, I'm gonna leave the ones that are flowering in just like 2 to 4 days and take the ones that are like 8. Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. Harmonica in my ears. I feel like I'm under attack. I always whip around to see who's killing me. My knife broke, but it's all good. I mean, 6 days is kind of a long time, in my opinion, to just leave these here. I did not know you could shift click from the lower bar to fast track it to the other inventory. That's pretty cool. It's got 4 days. Chat, what are you saying? Sturm7 says happy Friday, folks. Yo, thank you for subscribing, and happy Friday to you as well. You made it to the weekend. Good job. Where did he get the scythe? I found it. In a ruin. Pretty cool. Is that a goat? I ain't gonna mess with the goat. Is the story he's telling the vintage story? This is a... I understand why it's called vintage story now, you know? Become caveman. Like our ancestors. Fight mutant demon spawn that pours forth from open rifts that connect us to the rust world, just like our forebears before us. All right, these are like, I'll leave the 5 or 6 day ones. We clearly haven't really, God. We clearly haven't really been over here. Like, I definitely remember we walked over here when we were trying to decide on where to put a base down, but other than that, we don't go over here too often, I don't think. Is it true that our ancestors spoke in musical notes before developing the spoken language? Huge storm. Look at those clouds, and the lightning in the distance is really cool. Okay, I think we got enough berries. Never, said no one ever. I can't pick, can I pick this up? Yeah, there we go. But no, seriously, I think we got enough berries. Kind of cleared out this little valley. There's still a few berry bushes left for future me. But not that much. Yo, what? Wait, chill, man. I'm gonna leave these ones. Oh my God. They're haunting me. They're actually haunting me. Okay, let's head back. Take the 8-day berry bushes and shift them over. Gotta do some organizational maneuverings. And it's all gonna pay off in the end. Ow. It's all gonna pay off. We are consolidating the berries. And now it's time to figure out how a farm goes. The problem is I wanted to make a little farm, like a small one, over by where I want the house to be, but we were sort of boxed in by 2 rifts that I don't feel like just letting hover right behind me. So let's go see if they're still there. Or if they shifted. They moved. Put these bushes down. That's new. There was one over there. Well, you gotta be so annoying, man. You are cramping my style. God, well, how am I clicking on the wrong block looking at this block? I mean, this is turning out pretty nice. Eventually I'll get rid of the little grass and give it a fence and some maybe ground texture, some floor and all that. So if I go up to this, red current 100% spoiled. Do I break this? Okay. Okay, and then make it back. Oh god, this is such a pain in the ass, but I loved that. Okay, these are good for 3 days, bro. What happened here? It's so funny that you have to like recraft it to me. We need to try and make more, but I don't know if I have enough materials. I need to watch that way. Can't afford to let them catch me sleeping. There we go. Rearmed with the freshest berries to see if we can catch a raccoon or something. The tool is growing in. They're getting even. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, chill, chill. It moved even closer. I don't guess I have enough torches. I thought I put torches out here. Listen here, bitch. Take that. These only stay lit for like 48 hours. This is not a permanent solution. But it should make it a little harder for them. Man, it's in such a bad spot here. What time is it? Almost noon. I know this is old news, but congrats on the hot potato. Thank you. Hello, Maria. Welcome back. Berry stonks going up. I'm picking as many as I can. Oh, we need to make a kiln. We just read about it. A pit kiln. Place clay products in a 1x1x1 hole. Dude, I just feel so uncomfortable doing it with that rift right there. Rift ward? Oh, yeah. Yeah, is this to keep rifts away? Holy, this is complex. Copper nails and strips, clear quartz, metal parts, a Jonas subassembly, electrum ingots, Jonas parts, inverted refraction cylinders, iron plates, and a flux gap connector. It's easy, man. Just make one of those. Rifts disappear on their own after 1 or 2 in-game days. They spawn drifters and cause temporal stability to drop greatly when up close. The amount of appearing rifts depends on the current global rift activity. Torchlight currently deters rift appearances. Rift activity is currently high. Well, that explains why there's so many of them. Okay, so there's a beehive kiln? Allows you to fire large amounts of clay items at once. Similar to a cementation furnace, the beehive kiln requires a door. This is way more complex than we're ready for, dude. Charcoal is the first source of fuel used to achieve temperatures high enough to smelt metal ore. It requires a lot of firewood to produce and may require you to chop down a forest or two. Oh boy, charcoal pits. Let's start with the basics. Pit kill, 1x1x1. We need dry grass, sticks, and firewood. Okay, I can do some of those things. It's a different type of berry. Get rid of this rot. I'm just gonna stack those, it's fine. We'll eat them later. Okay, don't panic. Just keep doing your thing. Okay. I just need more space. What did I just right-clicked something? I just picked that up. Dude, don't want to pick these up. God damn it. Come on. Get it together. Oh, we have cattails. We have some cattails. They're growing. They're growing in, bros. Okay, with a slight change of plans, we need to harvest these. But this time we are not breaking the base. We just want the cattails. Our first local cattail harvest. It's pretty sick. What's with the door randomly coming off the hinges? Well, what do you think? It's a shit door. Made out of sticks? and held together with hopes and prayers. Look at it. Does that look like a good door to you? It's the best we got, though. We have 28 cattails. I don't think that's enough. We got a lot of black currant bushes, so let's go plant those. Taming this wilderness is gonna take a long time. These are 2 days away, 2 to 3 days away from blossoming. So that's something. It's not long at all. And until we can get better organized, put in the black currant bushes up here. This whole thing about clicking on the wrong square. All right. Just to have somewhere to go. Now. Farm. Farm time. I think it's like we gotta do some earth moving. Ooh, this is ready too. We gotta harvest it so it keeps growing in. We transplanted some tool over here, which is how we're gonna get thatch. So we want more tool, but for now this is better than none. Gotta be on that resource grind. Things are just coming in. This is the sign of progress. But it's not good enough. We need to do more. Did I just break that one? That would, it just looked weird. Okay, good enough. Maybe some more will grow in afterward. But for now, what is with all the bugs here? Bro. We gotta bury that dude alive. I don't want there to be this stupid cave right here. And there's the cave above us too. All right, we got too much stuff to do. Kiln first. Wait, no, farm first? Shit, what do we do first? We need to do farm first. Is it already nighttime? 3 o'clock p.m. it will be. Probably gonna need a shovel. We're kind of surrounded by enemies right now. I didn't realize they could spawn above us. Also, ad about to come in because it's been 4 hours somehow. So brace yourselves for that. Like, I'm thinking about just filling in some dirt here. Like, the house is gonna go here, right? Little house right here. I think we need to tear some of this down. This is just too big. And we could have a little farm over here. Or do we like this hill? I just feel like the hill is just blocking the ocean view. And if the house is gonna go here, you don't really want this hill to be there, right? And then if we take the hill down from here, we could put a small, like, crop farm right here, like on the bottom layer. Ads! The ads, they're coming! Any second now. Any second now. Right now. In fact, this very second. Not this time. Well, not this time for Drusiphalus, as it were. Lunar Echoes, Zephyrim, Corva W. Martin, and Canolian. Enjoy your gift subs. Thank you, Slavy Fox. Appreciate the gifted. That's very nice. Also, Steve Ev with the 1,000 bits. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate the $10 in little bitties. Merry Christmas to you, Steve F. Also, thanks again, Slavy Fox. Really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream, guys. So nice. Oh, I'm moving too slow, but also this is just my pace, so we just kind of have to, gotta roll with it. I need to go up here. That's where the monsters are like spawning in and like dropping out. I didn't see that cave until we got shot at. Dude taking snipes. There appears to be a cave system running under and behind our little... I don't know if this is a cove. What is this? This is like, But what would you call this little bit of land? How long before they spawn a rift right on top of my house? I got some torches down. I'll buy us a little time. I keep wanting to say enclave. Enclave is not the right. That's not even close to the right word. This is like a Why do I keep wanting to say like retreat? A basin? No, not basin. An alcove. I'm trying to think of the word alcove. I found it myself, but Broken Helix wrote it in chat. Also, it's kind of a cleft. Like it's cleft. We are in a cleft, but this is like an alcove. A grotto? Maybe. All right, welcome back from the ad, everyone. Thank you for waiting. I waited for you. I waited for you. Now you can see me digging dirt. I wouldn't want you to miss the dirt digging. It's very important work. And it's not gonna dig itself. I do kind of like the hill. I don't really want everything to be flat because I want some visual variety. However, I think this is a decent spot to carve out to put like a little garden, if you will. I can definitely see the vision there. And for that, we need a little bit more flat space. Eventually, I'm gonna have to deal with the little floating island over there, but that's a long way away. Whoops. Okay. We also are gonna take this dirt and then go throw it in that pit that I keep having to walk around because I have no intention of going into that cave anytime soon. It would be nice to mark it with something just so that I know it's there, but... in the future, if I wanted to go down there, see what's close to home. That's a big hill. All right, the next layer is gonna be the toughest one, I guess. We gotta shape the land. That's part of the allure of settling here, is shaping the land. Making it ours. Customizing everything. The worst part is we're gonna have to dig even more because I need to replace the low fertility soil with medium fertility soil. So we're gonna have to actually dig one deeper than I think I want to, but to replace it with the correct soil. This is where playing in multiplayer comes in, you know? Time to start the Vintage Story official stream server, and I'm just gonna stand around and bark orders at chatters. Everyone, make a shovel! I need you to clear out this whole mountain of dirt. Do not rest until it is done. Everyone make 10 shovels. Okay, we're gonna have to go dump this dirt. Chatter's forced into serfdom. We're gonna make you earn every single thing that you do in the game. Nothing comes free. None of this make everything for everyone, everything's free. No. All right, how do we do this? I think you just do this. I'm dying of hunger. I'll be back. Chill, man. I'm eating. $23 hours. Too much dirt in your inventory? Throw it in a pit. If I ever want to go back there, it's going to be a little annoying to have to dig through it, but I just don't see us ever anytime. Okay, ever's a big time. Anytime soon wanted to go back. Oh my God. Just don't accidentally use the medium fertility soil. Like, we're not gonna go explore that. Just be real. That's the good soil. Shit. -1 good soil. Where did it go? It just disappeared. Okay, well, I don't know if I'll have enough to, like, fully seal this in, but... it is a much safer pit area than it was before. But wait, there's more. God. So satisfying? It is so satisfying to fill in, yeah. What are your plans for Christmas? Stream? Maybe? Play Diablo 4 and stream. That's pretty much it. Maybe sneak in some Donkey Kong and some Hades 2 if I can pull myself away from killing demons in Sanctuary. Yeah, Donkey Kong Switch 2 is really good. Enjoying it quite a lot. Very, very happy game. This is not a happy game. Chat. Is it? Am I dead? Am I dead? Holy shit. I need to get in my house. It must be like just night. My spear's about to break. I'm just gonna go for the house. They're around it. I see them. Get in! No! Okay. I'm glad I had something on the hotbar. Jesus, the timing of that! Door strikes again. What time is it? It is late. I guess it's like 21 hundo. I can't believe we just got away. And they said this spear was useless. Spear just saved my ass. I'm making a new one, dude. Okay. I'm just trying to get rid of this stupid flower that's taking up an inventory space, and it's gonna keep... What am I hopping for? That's a cool crafting mechanic. Didn't catch that earlier. Yeah, you've got to actually like chisel your own starting equipment, and then eventually to make metal, we have to cast our own utensils. Like a full smithing aspect. Did you guys see that arm down there at the bottom? Oh, you can't because my camera's blocking it. I saw him like reach through right there. I don't really have anything. I forgot to dump this rot. I already have an extra spear. Well, now I have 2 extra spears. And an extra shovel. Alright, so let's eat some berries that are gonna spoil. Fresh for 5 days? Hell yeah. These are fresh for 2. So let's eat these and sleep through the night. See if it's safe for in the morning. Dude, I have so many things to do. The days are going by in a flash. Okay, midnight. 1:40. 2:40. Let's go ahead and get up. 4:30. All right. Yeah, it should be. This is normally a time I would send my character outside. But I don't know who's out there waiting for me. You. I can destroy you. If there's more than you, then I'm in trouble. Shit! Arrows. Sniper. He's got backup. Bastards. I don't even know where he came from. I need to work over there. This is my home. This is where I'm supposed to be. 1 day until our own bushes start to have some berries come in. All right, let's fill this in then. I heard that arrow just whistle in, nailed me. Okay, we might not want this to be so tall forever, but for now, it's just gonna smooth out the walking experience. The pit is fully enclosed now. Okay, slightly smoother kind of walking experience from over there. To be worked on, to be continued. Now, let me clear out my home so I can actually do work here. Where are these bastards? All right, you gonna leave me alone for a little bit? Let me do my thing. Oh, I didn't even see that there was some crops trying to be grown up there. Day 2 of setting up for farm. Small farm. But that's all we can do anyway. We can only farm as much as we have seeds, right? And we don't have that many seeds yet. Though I have been storing them and collecting them. Like, I like the idea. Someone in chat says something about put the house over there and the farm over here. And, like, that's fine. I can see that, too. But it's something that I really like the idea of the house being here and there being, like, a door here to, like, a small bridge. Because I'll probably dig down on this and lower this depth in the middle, at least. So it looks a little deeper, not quite so shallow. And then have just a little, like, walkway kind of across. And then have like a little farm over there, which could be elevated on that block or it could be flat. But I kind of like the idea of building the house like right up against the water. A moat! So with that in mind, should this be at this level or should it be down at the same level as the house? Or should the house go up? Oh, these are, speaking of going up, those are sprouting. I kind of feel like this should just come down to the level of the water and everything else. Thought I heard something. I'm hearing things. The great flattening. Some of it needs to be flat though. Like I'm sure that there's cool ways to do like a bit of a raised portion for a farm. You know, I can kind of see it, but I have to do this anyway because we have to put medium fertility down. So even if I wanted to have a little bit of it raised, I need to replace it with medium fertility. This is kind of like mowing the lawn, in a way. This is as close to Lawn Mow Sim as you're gonna get. And then we could fill in more pits. This does remind me, it's even harder to dig dirt, or at least it was in 7 Days to Die. You guys remember doing the moat in 7 Days to Die? That was a project that took a long time. Good God. Luckily, it's quite easy to make these basic stone tools. I need to throw this rod out before I forget. It pisses me off again. How did I pick that up? Oh, I'm just getting it from these flowers. Hello, Try Way Too Hard. Thanks for 58 months as sub. Cult Diggity also says E. What's up, Cult Diggity? We out here. Trying to shape the land. Slowly coming together. Ooh, didn't even see these. Some vegetables. Very precious vegetables. I thought that I guess I did make it. We already broke it. I already broke it. I need to get some more flint. We haven't needed to like purposefully look for flint in ages. I've been spoiled. Why do I have one firewood? No idea. This game seems super fun. Been catching a bit of the last few days. Seems right up my alley. Gonna check it out. Yeah, it's not on Steam. It's on their website. I bought it on Humble Bundle, and then it kind of redirects to their website. But it's very fun. Yeah, we're just now starting farming, which we're either gonna need to figure out a water solution, or I'm gonna need to get the watering can out. Like, there's water right here, so I'll experiment with that. But I don't mind just doing some watering ourselves. If I can get the kiln up. So I need to get the kiln up too. I was fully addicted to PoE 2 and this damn game broke me. It got you off of the loot grind into the survival grind. But I think it's a fun kind of grind though. Vintage Story clearly understands that when you have to do everything kind of manually yourself, it's more rewarding. Instead of it just feeding you everything. No, not that. So you appreciate the stuff that you end up making down the road, down the stretch. And when you make the better stuff, you make the good stuff, then that'll get you the dopamine. Right now, we're having to work for it. Crap tier tools, barely any food, getting murked by monsters. Every time I turn around, it feels like. But we have hit at least some semblance of stability, however slight. Because I think the berry bushes are going to be coming in. We actually survive long enough. We need to go check on them. I forget if it's today or tomorrow in game. This is as low as I can take this anyway. Because we got sandstone, claystone rather, right there. Rift activity went back to calm, so that's cool. Here is the other. Oh shit! Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want you guys crawling out of there. I'm hungry. All right, I'll come back to that. I see Sisyphus is hard at work today. Doing my best, yeah. I hear ya. I hear ya. I'm eating some cranberries, okay. We should go check the traps, too. Game good, dirt gravity bad? I love dirt gravity. It's one of the highlights for sure. Being able to turn it on or off, I think is very good. There is a small part of me that thinks if I go look at this, I might get stuck down there. I just want to see if it's actually blocked off. Well, now I'm stuck down here. Just kidding. All right. Surely it's plugged up. Surely. Surely. Now, let's go look at the first berry bushes that are supposed to bear fruit are right here. 1 day, weather permitting. Then 2 days. Behind that, some 1 day up here. And then the big time berry bushes. Gonna check the traps. Nothing. Maybe we need to put those further out. Stop putting them so close. Once these berries rot, I'm gonna go put them in a different place. I was just trying to figure out how this works. Other berry farm has got like 5 days, then 6 days, then 7. So that'll be a nice little cadence for us to grab those. I want to update this berry farm in the future, but for now, it'll do its thing. So let's just focus on getting the other crops situated. So we got the medium fertility soil shipped over from the northeast. So that is kind of the downside. I really can't do the farm a lower level than I wanted to do it here, but there's claystone here. So that does create some difficulties. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just raise the level of the house 1 block. Raise the level of the farm 1 block higher than I wanted, and then eventually we'll be able to fill the pond in and like kind of raise the level of the pond once we get bucket technology, right? I think that makes sense. So this is the medium fertility. And I kind of want to like mess with some elevation possibly. I have more. I know I dug all this up and I'm just putting it back, but I have to be able to see what's going on. I also didn't know there was going to be like claystone down there, so. Okay, something like that. How many blocks is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? And then on this side, we got room for like 1, 2, 3, and then a 4, 5, 6. This might end up blocking a little view, but because I got some ideas I'm trying to piece together. A little too close to the edge of the water. Kind of just peeling it back. There we go. A little bit more space. All right, what time is it in the game? 2 p.m. Damn, it's tough. I'm thinking about doing like a raised platform here. But I need more soil to see what that looks like. It's already growing grass. The medium fertility is wasting no time. I just put it down. It's already got grass on it. Instantly. It's too fertile. Okay, let's eat some more berries. And then I've got a bunch more. I got 2 more stacks of the good stuff that we went and got earlier. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think, let's go over with this. At least one more. Ding, ding, ding. And then 1, 2, 3. Maybe one more this way too. And then out. All right, and then up. Oops. Didn't mean to confuse your game. My apologies. Yeah, I might expand the coast by like 1 block here. I might need even more. Yeah, I might not have enough. Sorry, I know I'm not really talking much. I'm just trying to, like, organize in my mind what this is supposed to do. What is this supposed to do? Trying to get the visuals. Yeah, I think I do want to go over. Well. It's hard to see with all these bushes here. You'll get an idea of what I'm going for once it's done. It'll make sense eventually. Or it'll just look stupid. I guess as long as it's functional. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks here. 7, 8, 9. Okay. I think I can work with that. I might need more dirt though, ironically. Of all things. Maybe I dumped too much. Inside the pits. Okay, so then I need wood. Oh, that would look so much better over here. Yeah. So I'm trying to make like a raised platform of growing for different types of crops. And then we're gonna have like a little pathway in the middle that goes up with stairs or something. I'm dying of hunger, man. I'm so hungry. My torches are spent. All the torches are gone. Okay. Ow. So we're eating. Okay, I'm eating. I really like to get the plants down before the day's over. How do you switch hands again? There we go. All the torches are dead. So what's the difference? Oh, torch extinguished is from rain. Whereas torch burnt out is ran out of juice. Okay. I get ya. But yeah, I need logs or some kind of other. Yeah, this is gonna get a little messy. But it should be enough to get us started. And right now, that's really all we can ask for. Okay, let's get started. I'm just gonna hope for the best here. I realize that animals will possibly eat my crops, but what else am I gonna do? You know, you gotta do something. So I got 16 turnip seeds. I'm gonna start with that, but we also should try planting the other stuff. So we got some rye, some... Does other turnips? Oh, we have 23 turnip seeds and 4 onion seeds. That's all I got. I know I'll make a fence eventually, but right now, that's not really doable in large scale. Rough-hewn fence is gonna need a bunch of logs and a bunch of sticks, and we do not have a bunch of logs, so that'll be a problem for future me, which is gonna be present me very shortly. So let's try the, how big is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why did I make it even? Okay, let's just assume that we shave off one edge. Chat, how do you... do I need a hoe? Do I need to hoe the ground? Till the ground? There is a chert hoe. Okay. I can make a hoe. Hoe head. Bro, it's nighttime. They're gonna get attacked again while I'm just sitting down here looking at this. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at all the stats! I hope those are all good numbers. Bro, it's dark. I gotta go inside. Remember last time I almost got killed? But it's raining and it would water the crops. It would water the crops. I don't have time to plan this the way I want to. Shit. Can you turn this where the rows go a different direction? Is it possible to rotate the rows? Oh my lord. Get off! What do I see? Hang on. I can't read your comment. I can't read your comment because you said, what about do this? And then somebody scattered underneath you, so I can't read your backseating comment. I'm sorry, I can't read it legally. I wish I could. And it's a first-time chatter, too. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. Let's go. Let's go. Anyway, just let me play the game I want to play it. Let me play the game the way I want to play it, chat, okay? So what about shut up? Nobody asked you for anything. Giso, you got somebody killed. That's true. Giso, you get timed out as well, but for longer. And then Wild Mystic was second, so you also get timed out for longer. All right, we'll do the rest. I'm gonna go inside before I get killed. There's a heavy temporal storm coming on top of everything else. Like, come on, man. Oh, do we have any logs? I can fix at least one annoyance. Okay, I don't care. I'm just trying to keep them from doing the, like, corner through the wall cheat. Whoops. Okay. And we're just gonna chill in here for a heavy temporal storm, which is great. I love that. Hasn't it even been that many days? Isn't it supposed to be like every 5 to 10 days? We already had a heavy temporal storm today, like on the stream, 4 hours ago. How long could that have been? How many days ago was that? I feel like I don't have any time to do anything. Why am I getting pushed? How about one more torch that I forgot that I put in there? All right. Fresh for 3 days. Oh no. I don't have any food. We can't hide in here for a temporal storm with no food, man. I got these. I thought I had more berries in this. And I got 2 onions. No, 2 turnips. See, what was keeping me going was the fact that I could sleep and then wake up, and then the berries would maybe be there. That's what was keeping, like, the berries are supposed to blossom tomorrow. So if I just go to sleep right now, it'll maybe wake me up when the temporal storm starts. Maybe. And then my hunger bar doesn't really go down while we're sleeping. Well, yeah, I mean, the hunger bar does go down. Shit. It's not what I meant. All right, now it's imminent. And we just have to survive in here until the temporal storm's over. Here it comes. It's kind of a pain in the ass. And then I might just have to eat these onions instead of make a soup. Just to try to stay alive long enough for the temporal storm to be over so I can go outside so I can then get the food that's out there. And then we're chill. And then I can finish planting. Because I have so much to plant. And if I die of starvation in here, I don't know. I would be very upset, but it is what it is. I could, wait, no. Oh, I don't have any cattail roots. Did I plant them all? I have 2 lumps of fat that I can eat in an emergency. That's pretty good. two lumps of fat. And that's it. So we're just gonna hide inside for the storm while everything crawls around wishing it could murder us from the outside. Boom you, thank you for the 5 gift subs. The walls are melting, yeah. I know. We're losing connection to this world. We're becoming untethered. Boom, you hooking up 5 community dudes, including 2 more with a Permadeath and coconut sales, and then gifting us up the Big Kahuna, Filthy Loso, Ruxbox, Server Lord, and Radiation. And Migwar is also here. What's up, Migwar? Thank you for 66 months. I can dig this. I am digging this. I am not digging having to hide inside away from the monsters, but it is the price I pay for survival. I keep stepping in the fire. Our food meter going down fast. The good news is it's daylight outside, so once the temporal storm is over, we have so much work to do. They're not poking through the wall corner anymore, so that's a step in the right direction. I think this game it feels like it has a lot in common in a way with Valheim. This game definitely has less combat than Valheim, and even though it does have combat, obviously, Valheim is like, you're fighting every day. You're fighting for your life every day. But I feel like Valheim and Project Zomboid kind of have some overlap with this, be safe to say. Feels bad, but I'm just gonna eat the turnips. We need the food. Hopefully it doesn't last too much longer. I'm gonna keep the fat with me just in case for when we go back out. And then probably a good time to make some extra tools. Okay, it's difficult to make tools during the temporal storm. The character is a bit inebriated while trying to make. Did I destroy that? No, okay. Chat, we don't have any more flint. We have to collect flint today. That's mandatory. I can't believe I let myself run out of flint. All these essential ingredients for survival. All right, I'm gonna need the temporal anomaly storm to go away now so I can go outside in relative safety and go pick berries. Hopefully our berry bushes actually have some berries on them for the first time ever. That'd be lovely. Otherwise, we're gonna live on 400 sat of fat. And hope that's enough. It'll feel like 25% of the hunger bar with this too fat. Did they release that expansion for Valheim, the volcanic one? I don't know. Apparently Valheim is due to hit 1.0 early 2026. I mean, they probably just gonna release like one more biome and a boss, roll credits, call it done. I wonder how Valheim holds up in 2026. What happened? I just really want to know, fly on the wall, what happened in the Valheim dev cycle. All right, I'm just gonna make the call and eat the fat. That's all we got. 7 bars of hunger. The only devs slower than Valheim are Project Zomboid. I feel like that's normally true, but I feel like Project Zomboid overtook them. Also, ad coming in right now. Turn your volume down. I'm gonna take a BRB. I'm gonna leave the game paused because I don't want to die of hunger while I'm AFK. All right, can you guys seriously please go? Bad time for an ad, but I'm dead. Bro, what the fuck? Okay. I think that alone has that alone has convinced me to turn off temporal storms. What was the dev thinking? What were you thinking, man? This is why I turned that shit off too. What were you thinking? How is the rest of your game so carefully made and so gently crafted and so thoughtfully put together, and then you just slap that shit on? And it's just been on that way for however many years since this come out. Like, regardless of if you're playing on permadeath or not, right? Regardless. Even if you have to respawn, it's just like, from its face, an indefensibly unfun game mechanic. To have them literally just spawn on top of you. Like, no matter what circumstances exist within the game, to just have like randomly spawn on top of you enemies as a full mechanic is just unfathomable to me. Every survival game has some unfun bullshit mechanic. I don't know what they're thinking. I was wondering how long it would take for this to happen. I tried to fight, like I didn't panic, and I stopped to stab, but he just got hits on me right at the beginning. I tried to like bounce him back, and I was hoping that he would just die with enough hits and that we'd survive, but it'd be a cool mechanic if they weren't able to just spawn in your house. I'm pretty sure that my fire was still running, wasn't it? Fun fact, they can literally spawn on your player tile, so hiding in a 1x2x1 won't work either. I know you don't have any armor, but all the enemies just seem very high attack. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the difficulty. I'm fine with that. Like, I don't have a problem. Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with the bears killing me, the wolves killing me, things that are out there in the world that I encounter. I don't even have a problem with the monsters killing me, like when you go into a cave and there's monsters in there. But it's just... the only way to survive it is to cheese it. You have to have either complete foreknowledge of the encounter or play in such a way as to make the spawning is not possible for it. So there's just no conceivable counter. There is an optional feature in Zomboid where sometimes the game would spawn a random zombie as you sleep. This reminds me of that. I feel like I vaguely remember that. Why is every single game that we play have to have one like this is the same as the Farthest Frontier raids. It's always combat related. It's just there to annoy the shit out of you. You aren't expected to survive the storm. Like I said, there's always like devs for every single simulation and survival game have one bee in their bonnet about some random bullshit that they believe like it's the Bible. And that it's their mission in life to try and like fuck everybody else up. And if you don't like it, just turn it off. I didn't make it for you, but it's the default way to play the game, okay? You know, if you don't like it, turn it off, whatever. Instead of just turning it into, like, the thing is, there's a potential for a fun mechanic there if you just spent time developing it. Like, the idea of having temporal storms that come in every so often and do crazy shit in the world is a great idea that forces you to engage with the survival mechanics, such as making sure that you have enough food to weather the storm, making sure that you have a place that is good enough shelter to weather the storm. Maybe it could affect certain blocks. There's a lot you could do with it. Instead of just like slapping it on, just being like, haha, you're dead. Like, come on, man. Let me have some suspension of disbelief. It's just such a spiteful mechanic with its current implementation. You can survive the storm, just have to hunker down and build a small panic room to seal yourself in. I'll see you in 24 hours, brother. Chat has already said the only way to survive it is to make a 1x2 where you use a door. where you put a door on your tile, but like open so that the enemies can't spawn on it. That is not a gameplay mechanic. They can spawn anywhere, according to chat, even in a 1x1, unless you build a door on that tile. That's cheating. So if you have to cheat in order to survive it, why have it as a mechanic? You have to trick the game. But anyway, dumb comment. Dumb comment in the first place, after everything we've been talking about. I got nothing. I argue this point every time on the forums. Also, you were literally in a panic room. Yeah, that dude probably just turned on the stream, heard us talking about temporal storms, saw that I'm paused while outside, and assumed. What's funny is that we survived the first heavy one in a similar situation. Engage with this mechanic by either dying or cheesing to not engage with the mechanic. Yeah, I like the idea of having an impending imminent storm that's rolling in, that's forcing you to kind of interrupt what you're doing and checking. It's like a resource check where you have like, I don't know, if I was the dev and I wanted to keep temporal storms in the game and I wanted things to be able to spawn, similar to how they have gears where you can like zap the gear into a knife blade or whatever to keep your sanity or some shit, have the temporal gears be something that you can engage with more without going into the dungeons, and then have that be a resource that keeps the monsters from spawning in a small area around you or something like that. So it's more of a resource check of whether you have like enough of the temporal gears energy to fend them off in just a small radius around you, in addition to the food. So it's like a double resource check. Because if they didn't spawn in the room, it would just be a single resource check, which is, do you have enough food in this area to survive? And that's kind of boring by itself. So I don't think that spawning them on top of you and then you die if you don't have enough armor is the answer. Like a magic torch that you can place in your house? Yeah, or something like that. Like a secondary resource that kind of peels back the temporal layers. Even if the storm has guys beating down doors and walls, at least that's still a mechanic. Yeah, like 7 days to die. Right? 7 days to die, you can build yourself a little safe house, but they're gonna break through the walls. I think light is supposed to have an effect on it. No, it doesn't. Light only has an effect on where rifts spawn, according to the devs. Is this gonna be a new world or do you want a chat command? I'm trying to decide if I want to keep playing the whole game right now. That's where I'm at. Valid crash out. Maybe you think I'm overreacting. The reason I'm so aghast is just because when I'm coming in here, I'm thinking it was 2025. The first release of this was like 2016 or 2017. And I'm thinking it's been 8 years. So when I come across a mechanic like that, and then I hear not only is it in the game, but it's intentional and they want it to be this way, then I'm thinking, what other bullshit do you have down the road? That I'm gonna run into. Like, well, I'm seeing a fork in the road of a design philosophy difference that I would have with the developer at that point. Is permadeath a challenge you set for yourself, or is it a mode in the actual game? It's both. It's a challenge I set for myself. You can also literally make the game only give you 1 life, and you can't respawn. I allowed myself the ability to respawn just in case I decided to just say I failed the challenge and I want to keep playing. It's not a coincidence that Etal ended up giving up on Vintage Story several years ago for this reason. Maria, you are hallucinating. We have never played this game for longer than 20 minutes. Until 3 or 4 days ago. So, I don't know what you're thinking of. That was the other timeline. All right, how about this? I'm just gonna take a step away. I know the ad just ran, but the ad came in at such a terrible time. I'm gonna take a step away, clear my head, walk around, come back, and then figure out what to do. That way you don't have to listen to that. Okay, I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience. Can't be having a permadeath mode and a feature like that. It feels punishing for no reason. Well, then someone would say skill issue, learn the cheese and avoid it with cheese, I guess. I don't know, maybe it seems like cheese is the intended way to play. If you wanted to do permadeath, you have to learn the cheese. Because I don't know how else you survive unless you know how to like quick access Minecraft style, like really early strong armor and strong weapons to fight off. You'd have to know that ahead of time though. Otherwise there's no way. Otherwise it's impossible unless you like know how to build some OP armor weapon combo from the beginning of the game. All right, be right back. Hi. I don't think my head's clear. I don't think it cleared up. I'm just gonna rant more now. The reason it pisses me off so much is because the solution to the problem is throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Just turn off temporal storms. Okay, they're turned off. Why do I have to remove what should be a fun mechanic just so I don't have any mechanics? Like, that's not better to me. If you're making a pie and the dough comes out raw, you don't just throw it out. You're like, I want to eat a pie. It's multiple requisite components. I can't just eat the cherries or the apple out of the middle. It's not a pie anymore. So the reason it feels bad is because just taking it out doesn't feel better than knowing that it's left in stupidly and intentionally, apparently. That's all hearsay. But if it's supposed to function like that, then I just don't understand why every dev dies on a random hill. And it's just like, my game could be so much better, but I choose to make it suck by default. If you don't like that, then customize some bullshit. Project Zomboid Food Hill. Yeah, the Project Zomboid devs die on the food calorie hill. Farthest Frontier dies on the Raider Combat Hill. Everyone's got an Achilles heel. Like there has to be some balance, somewhere in between. Haha, you're dead. Too bad. Nothing you can do. And turn off the entire game feature so there's one less giant threat in your save, so you're just turning the difficulty slider way down. Like there has to be an in-between there. And like I said, it's just indicative of like a fork in the road where it's probably just a sign of things to come if I keep playing. Could you just play permadeath in non-permadeath mode? I mean, that's what I'm doing. It's on the honor system right now. That's how I set it up. I don't have issues with storms once I get sufficiently geared, but that's not an excuse for a shitty game mechanic. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but isn't it as easy as having the storms scale over time? Much like winter? That's like waking up and being like, watch out, there's you live in a weird place and there's winter storms. Okay. So I'm alive for 7 days. Here comes a winter storm, there's a blizzard. It's now negative 30 degrees and all your crops are dead. So it's like, oh, all right. Well, when you're better geared and you have more resources, that's not gonna be a problem because you'll have a stockpile of food. You know what I mean? That doesn't make it better. You turned off the grace period, but they don't explain that storms are linked to it. But a grace period is not the same as like slow ramping difficulty. Man, I've argued that point too. The first storm should be easier with tier 0 to 1 mobs. Yeah. Difficulty is hard to balance. Apparently. But yeah, just having a well, I'll look at the settings, but just having like a cheat window. There's a weird duct tape stopgap. What option even is that? Grace period and player spawn and death tab. Oh, this? Yeah. So this is just like all monsters. Whether they're in the... but that's only 10 days. We were... that was like the 4th temporal storm. We were like 15 days plus in. That's not enough time for someone who doesn't already know meta strats to do anything. 10 days would not be anything for me. And it caps there. I'm definitely turning that on then. Nah, just turn... chat, do not play with temporal storms. This game went from 2 thumbs up to 1 thumb up with that. Just don't even turn it on. It's not a mechanic. It's just there to trick you into thinking that there is a mechanic. They give it an entire tab. But you should just play it with it off. I still don't know how you had 2 storms that fast. Well, I mean, my settings were a little different than this. It was every 5 to 10 days, but I don't think it felt like it was 5 days apart. Temporal storms is not interesting as is. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. It kind of like... Remember yesterday or the day before I said when you're playing like a new game, you kind of have like the sky is the limit imagination of what could be possible, and then the longer you play, reality comes crashing in and you start to see where the boundaries are. You start to see where like the edge is and you find the limit. I just didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. So like where I'm at mentally is I want to potentially play more, at least tonight. But it's tough when you set out as a permadeath thing and you get killed. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter that it was bullshit. It's a principle. I died. So then it's like, well, do I start over? I don't really want to start over. 6 hours into the stream. I don't want to turn the stream off. Never seen a crash out over temporal stability before? Well, now you have. Are you guys used to people just sucking dick of whoever develops your game? You never hear anybody criticize anything that you played before? Never seen a first-time chatter following for almost a year start with that as their first message. Yet here we are. I didn't realize I was talking to a Gears of War and Destiny super fan. If you're wondering, chat, that's just the badges that they have when you click on their name. So yeah, it's more the principle of I started it with permadeath, and I don't want to continue because the whole point was it was permadeath, but I also don't want to start over. So that's kind of like where I'm at. I'm wrestling with the two in my mind. I don't even play the game, and I've seen people complaining about it. How about one freebie death? I think, I'll probably just keep going because I really don't want to start over. But it has really soured me. Just play however you want. That's the problem. I can't. I want to play with like a temporal storm mechanic on, but one that is thoughtfully made and implemented. So I can't do that because it doesn't exist unless there's someone else who really loves the idea of temporal storms and made a full mod about it with a bunch of crazy but interesting features. I want to play in a game where there are temporal storms that are interactive and contribute to gameplay. As they are now, it's so much of a hunkering down in the early game because the spawn levels of enemies way out of your crafting ability, and even when you have late game armor weapons, they can still be a challenge. Yeah, I think that's what I mean when I say that it feels like they were just slapped on in an early update and then never ever touched again. But for some reason, if you create a new world and you click, oh, wilderness survival, I don't need exploration gameplay, and you go to customize it, then it starts on by default. Like, this seems like a hackneyed, like half-assed, half-baked mechanic that's just like a trial of an alpha. That's like, oh, this is just conceptually here, placeholder, and it should be like off by default. And then like, oh, you turn it on if you want to do testing for it while we're developing it. But like the fact that it starts on is crazy. But yeah, if they're like, imagine if RimWorld was like, womp womp, here's a raid, and you've got your crash landed dudes, and you've been alive for 5 days in game in RimWorld, and you've got like a 5x5 wood shack, and then raid comes and it's like airdropped elite troopers from the Empire, and they've got charge rifles and they've got psychic powers, and they sent like the elite upper echelon just to come kick your ass, and then they just spawn inside your base, just drop in right there. That's basically what it's like, but it's supposed to be that way. I reference RimWorld because RimWorld is like the best at keeping up with you. Like, it's sending you more things as you can. It's like a constantly rising challenge. If there was like a shit tier enemy and you're a shit tier new player, why aren't you fighting each other? And then as time goes on, you kind of climb with the increasingly unstable. Whether or not it technically gets harder over time or not is irrelevant. The point is that it starts you out with enemies, like chat said, that are multiple levels above you in terms of what you could possibly field from like a tech standpoint. Anyway, all right, let's jump back in. But guess what? We are playing Wilderness Survival, so we are going to be up to 5,000 blocks away from home. I'm going to change the title, though. There we go. Title updated to reflect current events. Oh, we spawned even further. Oh shit, we're way the fuck down here. All right, I guess I'll turn off temporal storms now. What is the command that I need to do? Gotta play bitch mode now. Skill issue. I'm not sure what I was carrying on my person, but anything I was carrying's despawned, so if I had the seeds on me, those are gone. All of them. Where's coconut sales? They had the code. World config, temporal storms off. You've been replaced. We don't need you anymore. Okay, value off. Restart your game world. May you survive well and prosper. Shut the fuck up, writing that in my load in screen, okay? Cackling behind your shroud of cover. You live on a bed of falsities and have built a tower of lies. Patronize me. A little welcome message. We're gonna inadvertently explore more of the world. I don't even know what andesite is. Other than a rock. It's just stone. Well, if I can... I just need a knife. Oh, you can't nap with that? I can or can't? I can. Nah, I need a stick. I need to go this way. I understand why so many of you only play this game with mods. I get it now. The reason I like vanilla-y games, especially RimWorld, Tynan is literally the only one I trust to make a game that makes sense top to bottom. Balance-wise. That's it. I'm already starving to death, and I just spawned in. Can I eat some sushi? One. Okay, we got a couple berries. Two berries, 5 berries. Tynan is the only developer I trust to have a default settings experience that actually makes sense and is playable and doesn't make me scratch my head and go, what the fuck were you thinking? Why do I have to come in and clean up your mess after paying you money? Why do I have to pay you money and then come in and then do all this extra little science to figure out, but this setting doesn't work, this setting doesn't make any sense, this mode doesn't, no, like why, it should just work out of the box, okay? And not IKEA furniture. I don't have to take it home and like read a separate instruction manual to figure out how to put all the pieces together. I just want to turn on and play. I don't want to have to spend all the same amount of time you have to spend booting up Skyrim for the first time to get it just so. I don't want to have to test everything for 50 hours to figure out like what actually works. All right, we're just gonna eat some sushi. That didn't do much. Thank you so much. Barely staying afloat. The wolves and the bears. I hear it growling. I didn't realize it was coming this way. I need these. Okay, we're having to make a long run back to base. We're like 8,000 blocks away, which is not an exaggeration. Because even if you don't play Permadeath, but you do play Wilderness Survival, they chain your deaths. So the first death I spawned like 5,000 blocks away, but because they respawn you during the temporal storm, you just get killed again. So then you respawn in another random direction. So I just got juggled by the death respawn like I'm playing a damn fighting game, and sent an extra like 3,000 blocks in the other direction away from the base. I'm like 8,000 blocks away from home now. Did you have a copper scythe on you? Of course, yeah, the copper scythe is gone. Probably all the seeds are gone. So we've been punished very severely. So if it may not be permadeath, but it may not be permadeath anymore, but it's permadeath in my mind. The permadeath wasn't the character, it was my opinion of what I was playing. That's what permanently died. So don't worry, we've turned off the temporal storm, so now I can just bitch about them for the rest of the time I play this game. Diablo 4 would never do this to me. Bees. Never even seen a beehive until now. Diablo 4 respects my time. Oh yeah, I don't have any inventory. I will simply eat. These are poisonous. Let's fly agaric. We don't want to eat that. Kind of not worth stopping for the fish. That's, yo, this is where we're going. This is where we are. If you were curious. Plus 1 day of walking? I don't know, it's probably gonna be more than that. Maybe you just run. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. If you decide not to play permadeath, you start to think about how to leverage death to be advantageous, which removes the survival aspect. It's a mental thing for me, because I'm already thinking like, maybe I just run through the night. What's the worst that could happen? Something kills me? Well, it's just a gamba. It might yeet me back in the direction I want to go, and then I wake up from death closer to where I want to be instead. Like, you start thinking about how to just die on purpose in order to get through the game faster. It removes that suspension of disbelief once you've died. Every single survival crafting game, all of them. Every single simulation game, colony sim, whatever, determined to have the most dogshit combat possible and force you to either engage with it or remove it from the game. I don't understand it. Like, I understand you had to copy a bunch of things from Minecraft, that's fine. You improved on so many of those things. Did you have to copy the combat from Minecraft, of all things? Could we have innovated there just a little bit? We can't, chat, we don't have time to develop the combat, okay? Because we need like a complex system of bee migration from the equator, and they need to migrate when it gets colder, because players will notice that if the bees are too stationary throughout the seasons, that would be unrealistic, and so you need to be able to capture a queen and then form a new queen hive somewhere else. So we need to direct development time toward that instead. Okay, now I really am crashing out. All the hope and joy is gone. Yeah, I mean, to be kinda though. Like I said, how many times have I died before? No problem though. It's not the fact that I died. This is the sixth world. It's not the fact that I died, it's how. I had no issues getting killed by wolves, bears, starvation, one shot by a bear, one shot by a goat? No problem. That's a cool ass looking hill. But yes, the whimsy and the hope has left me. I have been carved out. My innocence has been stripped away and laid bare by the temporal storm. Cool hill. Very Rohan looking hill. Wow, this is the most dense pond of cattail and tool I've ever seen. Watch your step. I see clay, but do I care? If I come back here, I don't know, dude. Something went terribly bad. I can definitely see myself modding the shit out of this game at this point. If I stick around long enough to figure out more things. We're almost back to the second place we died. I've technically died twice. We're almost back to where the first respawn was. And then from that, I don't know. Poopy Dough, thank you for the 5 gift subs. What is up? Oh, I'm hungry. We do need to eat. Should I just run from through the night? What's the worst that could happen? I die? Who cares?
But you don't, it's Alex, you don't understand. It's part of the lore. You're supposed to be an angel. And you're not, so you can't die. So you're just moving your spirit energy somewhere else, which is why you fucking glow. You just don't understand the lore.
Haven't I gone on record and said that, like, some weird innate desire to tell some kind of story is always getting in the way of an actual sandbox game fulfilling its potential? Haven't I always said that? It's just a universal truth that I can't understand. Chad, I promise you, okay? If I become like old man, even older than I am now, I'm already old, but if I become elderly and I can somehow fund my own game, I promise you, I will not try and shoehorn in some kind of story and lore. I'm gonna make an actual sandbox game that's just a sandbox game with a bunch of fun sandbox game elements in it that you can just play. And you don't have to worry about lore getting in the way of your fun. I will try and be the change that I want to see in the world. If we veer a little left, it's going to be easier. If I could make it... this is going to be real hard without a torch. That was a wolf. Wolves, plural. That's a big fall, brother. I died. The water doesn't stop you from dying. I landed in the pool. Whatever. Where am I? Okay, we need to die again. I'm fucking glow. Haven't you ever wondered why you glow when you respawn? You're supposed to die. You're supposed to go in the water and drown yourself. Until you get the spawn you want. I won. I'm closer. Gamble paid off. I might. Yeah, I'm actually much closer. Just like how they did it back then. I woke up and frowny face. Ugh. I don't know, man. If I just keep dying, I don't need a torch because I can see. That's why I'm glowing. See, here's what the dev putting a rage quit button doesn't know about me. I'm not a rage quit kind of person. I'm a rage continue into the point where you want me to quit. Rage continue until you wish I would quit. Spite button. Snooze the ad again. Okay, I guess just keep going, even if I can't see. Or if I die, then we just do Death Gamba. That's how we got a full playthrough of Starfield. Oh wait, I'm starving. Shit. I actually didn't notice that. I don't want to kill Bambi. Bambi will kill me first. I got puffballs. And some berries. I'm getting shot. We need to go more left. There's a big ass mountain in the way. Every game I watch eTel, I'm convinced devs should pay him to play their game and do the work of like 20 QA analysts. Here's the problem with that. No one... That's a bear. That bear could have killed me and decided not to. And then continued chasing whoever little bunny he was chasing. That was a bear 1 foot away from me. Could have ended my life. And just kept on going. What I was gonna say was, in that scenario, no one would listen to me. And I know this because I've watched Kitchen Nightmares, okay? And if Gordon Ramsay cannot come into your restaurant and convince you to change the menu, then who can? Okay? Because God knows I've watched Gordon through so many seasons go into these restaurants and he looks at the menu and he goes, why is the menu 10 pages long? Why is it 15 pages long? We need like a 2-page menu. You need to pare down to like 10 really good items, really solid items. And they go, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. Okay, there's this sweet old couple that comes in every 3rd week. Okay, yes, they only order 1 meal each, but they tell me how much they love the spaghetti-o platter. Okay, so I have this on the menu just for them, and we keep the spaghetti-o platter ready-made in the back just in case they come into order. And he's like, what are you doing? You can't make like put your foot down on what is inside of your restaurant on 100 different items. You gotta make some things really good. So nobody would listen to me. I would come in, I would say, here's what's wrong, here's what needs to change, and then nothing would happen. That's it. They'd be like, thank you for your time. Do we still have to pay you even if we take none of your advice? People in general are too what's the word I'm looking for? Because it's not proud necessarily. Obviously stubborn fits, but I'm looking for a different word. It's more just like attached. People are too attached to what they're making. I don't even know what hurt me right there. People become too attached and too dug in, and they don't even do it intentionally. It just sort of happens. So I don't think it's necessarily a cockiness or like some people are definitely too cocky. The Europa devs, way too cocky. They have not earned that cockiness at all. Like some of them are for sure, and it's just arrogance that's preventative of fixing these issues. Ads coming in right now, turn your volume down. I already snoozed them twice. But I think a lot of times it's more just like personal attachment that forms as a result of spending a long time working on something. And it's difficult to let go of the things that you worked on because you worked on them and you finished them and you're proud of the time it took to get there. So looking back on it and being like, well, that sucks actually is a difficult proposition. Either too far gone or just kind of like... And some people are definitely high on their own supply. I don't think that's necessarily the case with stuff like this. I just think it's like... Wait, what time is it? Kind of did just walk through the night, huh? All right, the ad just started. You're really not going to miss anything if I keep running, but I'll stop out of consideration. Sunk cost fallacy? Yes, maybe. The number of people that just changed everything back. Yeah, in Kitchen Nightmares, the number of times that Gordon comes in, changes their menu, everyone tastes the food and is like, this is delicious. They get a bunch of customers to come in and go, this is amazing, and then Gordon leaves and they change the menu back. It's how it was before. This is so real. Just in the past few weeks, people have finally implemented solutions I described step by step to them more than a decade ago, and they're finally celebrating their great ideas. I feel you on that. Maybe they'll figure it out in the same way eventually. Maybe. I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't think the majority of it is born out of a stubbornness or an arrogance or anything like that. I think it's more akin to boiling frogs, which we've described a lot. It's kind of like how you ever have a family pet that's either gained or lost a bunch of weight, but you can tell because you don't live there anymore. You just come to visit, but your parents or whatever family members didn't even notice. It's kind of like that, where when you are working on something for years and years, it's impossible for you to separate what you know about what you've made intrinsically and look at it from a different perspective, because it is you. You are one with it. So you cannot manufacture a fresh perspective anymore. So there's so many things in so many different games that the person who made it sees no problem with it because they're just used to it. And that is the way that it's been for however many years. So you can't really like, you either work around it or you accept it at that point. Whereas someone else who comes in with a fresh perspective and sees something for the first time is going to have a very different opinion than somebody who's just gotten used to it and doesn't even realize that somebody else might find it problematic. So I think a lot of the times it's that, especially with older games. Where you just worked around something for so long that you got used to it. Welcome back from the ad. But yeah, I would love, trust me, man, I would love to be some kind of, for any game, I would love to be like, all right, I'm here to play tests and I'm gonna give you critical feedback. I expect to get paid in Nintendo eShop vouchers. So that I can buy the rest of the Xenoverse RPGs that I want. Thought I saw berries. More clay that we may never use, but I'm gonna mark it down anyway. Okay, we need to, this is not a good route, whatever I'm doing right now. Oh boy. I'm not trying to murder your pup, I'm just passing through. Oh shit. Stuck in here. All right, what's chat saying? I just absolutely love this game. It's got all the pieces and most of them fit. Very rewarding progression. You might want to mute your stream for a little bit. Because you're coming in Right at the tail end. Of some yuck in your yum. Four. Stay over there. Okay, that ain't happening. This may or may not be happening. Okay. Oh my god, we're still so far! We need to find some more food. I want to read chat, but I can't, like, parkour. Oh, there's berries up here, too? Mountain goat berries up here. I'm mentally exhausted. Got nothing. I got nothing. All right, what? Let me look. How did we die? Quite adept. We died because that's what started this entire rant. Basically, the temporal storm killed us because in a temporal storm, enemies can spawn on the tile that you are on. We just didn't know that because we got lucky before. So a monster spawned inside of the house during the temporal storm, and then I tried to fight it off unsuccessfully. So we had a whole thing about that, and then I turned them off in the game, had a nice long-winded rant, and I'm running back. So basically, monster just appeared about a foot away from me and started attacking instantly. And the only way to prevent that is to cheese the game and build a tiny, like, 1x1 where you're standing on a tile with an open door, and the open door will block them from spawning. So I decided to just forego that and turn them off and say, skill issue, I am dead. Because they're literally there to kill you. Chat, this is just hearsay, but chat seems to think or say that their words, not mine, that they're not supposed to be survivable from a development perspective. They're supposed to kill you because it's part of the lore or some. So If you don't want a mechanic that literally just exists to piss you off and has no redeeming qualities whatsoever, then I would suggest playing with it off. So if they've broken me, then they will break you. Probably the only reason you would want it is if you're playing a multiplayer and you think it's too easy. That way you have some more things to fight. But I can't imagine anybody who would swear by the storm being on in solo. And if you're out there, then you are a masochist. Well, okay, you might play with it on and you have respawn settings that are much more favorable. I don't know if there's anybody who would be like, you know what? I really enjoy Permadeath Vintage Story, and also I play with temporal storms on. That's true. That's beyond masochism. In solo, it devolves to hiding in your house in a corner till it's over. Yeah, I mean, there's only two ways to do it. Like the one I just said, to try to, because they can spawn on your exact tile. So hiding in a corner won't help you. So the only other way is to be in a space that is big enough that you can fight them and be capable of fighting them. So you have room to maneuver. And you have to be able to take on multiple enemies at once, presumably. Which I don't think we were even close to. We're almost touching the part of the map that we were on. One problem I see with survival games with this kind of development cycle is the difficulty gets over-tuned because a lot of the player base progresses way faster than a new player would. Yeah, we kind of talked about that yesterday indirectly, which is that a lot of Vintage Story is a puzzle game in nature, in that you have a very, very well-defined progression system that you need to progress through. That's the goal. The objective is there's a progression guide, and you're supposed to go from Stone Age to pottery to copper to late copper to bronze to iron to late iron to steel, right? Getting more powerful yourself over time. So once you've done that and you know how to do it, then you become the Factorio player who does not need to use coal burner inserters anymore. You know, you feel me? You know which aspects to skip entirely to get to where you want to be. Whereas if you were brand new to Factorio, why wouldn't you use a coal burner inserter? But if you've played it, you're like, well, this is stupid. Who in their right mind would even use this? Just literally pretend it doesn't exist. So in a game like this, you start to learn which things to completely ignore as you try and step through the progression. Whereas a new player like myself, everything seems essential, even though it's not. Is the wolf still here? Okay. Immediately going for cast iron screw hard drive. See, it is like that actually, but I don't I don't even use that recipe. I use different ones. But yes, it's exactly like the recipe system in Satisfactory, which I think should change also. I hate that mechanic in Satisfactory. Hate it. I think it totally ruins the flow of the game. My suggestion for Satisfactory, which the majority of the player base would not like, Though I wish that there was a default setting that was like this, and then you could just change it to be the way it is now if you want to. Satisfactory should not guarantee all recipes in your game world. There should be a subset of recipes, like a deck of cards that get shuffled, that do not appear. And you don't know which ones will or won't appear. It's randomized at game start. So just remove some of the deck of cards, because then you'll actually get different game experiences when you start a new Satisfactory game, and you'll be able to use different recipes and have a different varied experience instead of just racing to do the same thing every single time you play at the same order. Making for identical sessions on an identical world, since the world's not even randomly generated in that. So it's like, well, I got this recipe, I guess I'm using that one. And you have to build a different supply chain instead of just copy pasting the part you've already solved from whatever recipe you always use. Make you engage with the game mechanics. Aren't they randomized now? I believe right now you can get every recipe in the game. The only randomness is the order in which you will unlock them. But people just start Satisfactory, they know what recipes they want, and they simply don't build anything until they have gone through the entire map, which, by the way, they could just use a map because the locations of the loot is not randomized, from my experience. Maybe it is now. I don't think it was. There's hard drive spawns across the map, and you just have a map of hard drive spawns. And then you just go hit all the spawns until you get the ones you want. Then you start playing the game. I think it's terrible because of that. There should not be a mechanic in which you stop playing the game. You have to go do like a bunch of chores until your chores are done. Then you can start playing the game. Personally think that's really bad game design. Where you feel suboptimal. If you start building a factory before you've done that, you just feel like you're playing suboptimally. It's not a sandbox anymore. It forces you to play a particular way. Linear progression in a sandbox game. But yeah, the player base of Satisfactory would never tolerate that. Never. It's the same exact mentality in Diablo 4, where players get upset. You know how in Path of Exile you can slam an item and it has the potential to be bad and ruin it, and that's just part of the gameplay? D4's version of that mechanic, 98% of the things that you can slam onto your weapon are positive, because the D4 community gets upsetty if there's even a small chance of their item.
No, I worked so hard for this, and now I have to go find another one.
So like they added the slam mechanic for this season, which is great. It's a great mechanic. I think that the PoE version of it is even better. Because there's risk. And there should be some risk. But the devs of D4 will never, if they do permanently implement it beyond a season mechanic, then it's only going to be positive stuff, because people are so whiny. They want to have everything just spoon-fed on a platter. I'm whiny too, but I said everyone. I include myself. But I think the Satisfactory players are the same way, where it's like, I have to actually like play the game. Wait. I can't use the exact cookie cutter recipes that I want in every game, which by the way are supposed to be alt recipes, but is it an alt if you use it only and exclusively? No, it's just the new default recipe. Right? It ceases to be an alt bonus loot recipe if it's the default because it's the best. And they definitely do have a problem with having some recipes that are just clearly better. So if they were actually more side grades, then it wouldn't be as big of a problem. We're just gonna swim. I think swimming this is shorter. At least across the gap here. I think it's just their form of exploration progression. Some people loved it. I didn't love it, I agree with you. Yeah, but it is exploration, and it's actually initially really well done exploration and satisfactory. The problem is that it's only good once. Right? You can only discover it once. So, like in Satisfactory's case, it should definitely be, not only are there different recipes each time and you won't necessarily get all of them, but the loot spawns should be a table so that the hard drives can be in a bunch of different random places. So you can't just use a map to hit, you know what I mean? Like that way it's exploration rewarded because you actually have to keep exploring the world, because if you start a new game, I've started a ton of new games at Satisfactory, and it'd be nice to not be like, oh, I remember there's a MAM hard drive over here. Because the world is really cool and well made, and just the Kenshi problem, right? Kenshi be like, oh, I see that you are walking around with your band of merry travelers. Well, this tower has the loot you're looking for. But beware, there's a bunch of bugs in this one, and there are every single time. It's the same loot table and the same bugs in the same tower every time you start. Instead of just randomizing the loot tables a bit, randomizing the types of enemies that can spawn in there. Randomizing, hell, like if you want to get advanced, the location of the loot towers in general to make for more exploration. Instead of just doing the same shit every campaign. And it feels like it shouldn't, out of everything that's in games like that, it couldn't be proportionally that much dev time compared to everything else they're doing. Just to make something that has no replayability go to infinite replayability. I guess that's my soapbox to stand on. I think it's true for so many games. Games like this and Minecraft that are true random resources benefit a lot more from replayability. RimWorld comes to mind as well. That's quality randomness. RimWorld's a great example because it just takes the same puzzle pieces and rearranges them in such a way that they go in patterns you've never seen before. But weakness of hand-painted map versus randomly generated map. For some reason, even though I think hand-crafted maps are generally better, the minute aspects that are required to create replayability and randomness there are just never taken. I'm awake. I'm awake! Do games need to be played infinitely though? Bro. I'm just not even gonna engage with comments like that because you're taking me saying infinite replayability and then being like, ah, I see you have used the term infinitely. Are you aware that the heat death of the universe would prevent you from playing a game infinitely and therefore there's no point in developing it with replayability because the world will eventually end and be overcome? You know what I mean? Like you're just grabbing onto like a word when at a generic knowledge level, chat, when you played Minecraft, did you restart Minecraft or did you play one world forever? When you played RimWorld, did you play one world forever or did you restart sometimes? When you played Vintage Story, did you just start one world and play that one forever or did you restart a few times? When you did Factorio, did you do one world and do that forever or did you restart? That's where the replayability comes in. You restart all those games. Often multiple times, often many times. Maybe it's because you played them and won. Maybe it's because you lost and you wanted to restart. Maybe you learned something and you wanted to have a new perspective. All right? Whatever the reason is, all of these games we're talking about, people replay. They start over. They don't even have to have finished it to restart. And that's where replayability comes in. Whatever the reason that you restarted, games do need replayability unless they are story-based campaign games. Because their intention is different. Sandbox simulators and campaign games are not on they're not in the same universe. All right, don't jump through the trees. Where the hell am I? I'm in a tree. I don't know how I got in a tree, but I'm in a tree. I need to go this way. I was just saying something like Kenshi has enough replayability and doesn't need a randomizer. Well, it doesn't have enough replayability for me. That's why I'm not playing it. And the reason why games like that need replayability, to your other question of, can't you just play for a while and that be enough? Sure, I'd like to play more, but I'm not because of that exact reason. There's no reason for me to, right? Because I've already done the things that you can do in the game. However, the reason why it's such a pain point is because proportional to how much content exists in the game, it would be very easy to add a significant amount of replayability to the game without changing the foundation of what the game is built on. So it is disappointing in those types of situations where it does not take a major mechanics rework to achieve that level of replayability, and instead of that, let's make a sequel. We'll see you in 10 years. So that's where I'm coming from. Is your issue with Kenshi the static map or the other vast amount of problems? I just explained everything, so rewind a little bit, I guess. I feel like I was pretty specific. I'm playing Ashes of Creation and having a ball. I'm happy for you. I got some bad news though. You're playing an MMO. I don't know if you knew that. But anyway, I think it's definitely reasonable to say not all games are made to be played forever. The frustration, again, is that there are many games in which it would not be that hard to allow you to keep coming back and having a refreshed experience. And so it's frustrating when you can see the potential in a game like Kenshi or Satisfactory or whatever else has a static world and a static loot table, and know that you could just almost add another, like, double your playtime. Like, I would, if Kenshi had all the things I just said, double my playtime easy. So it's just like right there and then comes up just short. I really struggle with that with Satisfactory. I also struggle with it with Satisfactory. I wish there would be more randomization of the ore nodes. They already have, like, locations they can go. Why can't there be a start where the ore nodes are randomized in their location? Someone get them world gen. You don't even have to do world gen. You've already got locations for nodes. All you have to do is create an algorithm that swaps them around to different places on their existing node spots, right? You don't even have to get a world gen aspect in there. Imagine if instead of going to the same coal spot in the desert every single time, you go to the desert and iron's in a different place and the coal's in a different place, and you actually have to, like, build your base differently. Like, I haven't played in the desert in Satisfactory in 4 years. I can still remember that the coal is on the edge of the map. I can still remember going up the waterfall. I can still remember where the iron nodes are. We made it back home, but we lost our innocence on the way. And guess what? I still don't even have anybody activating these traps. Maybe they just took the food. It did say they could just take the food. Better or easier mod support for new quality satisfactory modded maps is its biggest weakness in my opinion, and yeah, random nodes would be good. Maybe the berry just decomposed. Well, these flowered. Too bad we didn't get to live to see it happen ourselves. Here's our tomb. This time it was a tomb. Somehow my shit is here, so something's not working. Because I did not get back within 10 minutes. It has to be loaded in to despawn. I mean... Does that mean shit doesn't grow or do anything while I'm on sailing to a different side of the world? It will, but that's entirely different. Oh, okay, whatever. Anyway, I got my stuff. Did you ever try Medieval Dynasty? I think I did. We played a little bit of that. On the satisfactory topic, personally, I would hate it if 50 hours into my save, I learned that my favorite recipe I was looking forward to just didn't exist in my game world. In that, I am average player base. Yeah, at least you're honest. But the failing in that is the devs having static recipes for those things that you could even get attached to in the first place. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a Pandora's box situation. Since they released it, they can't put it back in. Like, they can't take it away now because of what you just said. But the failing was adding it in the framework that they did it all. Because now they have to keep it that way. But in my opinion, there should be no alt recipes. Just put all the alt recipes in the game by default. Why even make the player explore to find them? If the recipes were like random with an algorithm, then that would be interesting. Then you wouldn't have one to be attached to be disappointed in not finding 50 hours later. But because you feel that way, and you feel like you have to go find it or else, what was the point? They should just have it unlocked by default. That's not good loot. Or a good, like, resource dispersion system. Like, you shouldn't feel like you have to go, like, I can't play the game until I find the recipe that I need. I think that's the failing. What do we have? Multiple stacks of blueberries and currant and cran. Pod watchers think I'm losing my mind. This is, look, okay. This is me being convinced more and more that chat is just a bunch of like AI auditory bots who can hear things, they're listening to the stream and then trying to formulate chat responses. It's like an audio-based chat bot. The music is popping off. Man, Dwarf Fortress music's so good. Wait, am I hearing Dwarf Fort music? Wait, this isn't from the game. This is Dwarf Fort. Is this, hang on. Should I just have this on the screen? Like as a disclaimer? Does that help? I like how the campfire's still on here. How long has that been going? At least that confirms the campfire was still on. Are you telling me Vintage Story didn't steal the Oblivion OST? How dare these devs steal the Crusader Kings OST? What were they thinking? It's tough out here. It's tough out here. Oh. Yeah, I was wrong, man. It's 8 days to flower, and then once they flower, then they start ripening so you can pick them. Oh, yeah, I messed up. I mean, to be fair, we did just pick a bunch of berries. Yeah, I just learned a valuable lesson right there. Whoops. Man. Well, it's gonna be another 8 days. before I even get to taste my own berries, man. My question is, how do turnips grow faster than berries? Onions are at 1 out of 7. But the nutrient levels are going down. Wait, no, they're at 50%. And these are at 44. So if I keep growing the same crop there, same issue. Are there bad guys just wandering around out here? Yeah, they keep coming down from this cave. You posted up right out my front door? Pieces of shit. Oh, I'm overrun. You're the worst. Where are you going? I killed one. That was probably the same one. Oh my god, we are overrun. That's right. Stay, I'm gonna push you back in the water. Both of you. Oh my god, I killed 3 and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right outside. Spider bitch. This is now combat practice, chat. He bit me. He bit me. Yep. Yep. He's swimming. He do be swimming. He's under me. This is like worse than a shark attack. Yeah. I have one more spear. It is high rift activity. You damn right about that. There's a rift there. There's a rift by my house. All my torches are gone. Yeah. 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 The Zomboid has taught me for this. It's prepared me. Gotcha, bitch. I might get killed by something out of that cave, but... if you don't skin them, do they come back to life or something? They kind of look like their just battery ran out. So if I go in here, I am... if I stand far enough away that I'm not losing it. I'm not losing temporal stability if I stand far enough away. They go away after a day or two, but that's still like scary. Right here, I'm in it. Right here, I'm not. Well, that's what you need torches for, to dissuade those from spawning. That was cathartic. That was cathartic. Thanks again, Poopy Dill, for the 5 gift subs earlier. Appreciate it, dude. Chat, I'm not in a mental state fit to continue. Here's what's gonna happen. I think I want to play more of Vintage Story, but because I died on a permadeath save, I feel unentitled to the belongings of this estate. I would feel better if I just started over without temporal storms on and do permadeath that way. Because, I mean, this was permadeath. I really liked this area, and I liked all the stuff that I had done up until this point, and so I'm just annoyed that I have to restart mentally. You might say you don't have to, you can just keep playing. It's up here. It's up here in my brain. I can't. It's needling away. I thought I'd give myself until the time it takes to run back home, take a look around at what's going on, and then I would know. I would know. And I feel like I know. Could do temporal storms? Nope. Nope. Never again. I'm not gonna play with that dumbass mechanic ever again. Even if I wasn't playing permadeath, it's just not fun. It is an anti-fun mechanic. If I was playing single player, if I was playing multiplayer, if I was playing on a 100-person server, I would turn temporal storms off. I have not seen a setting in any sandbox game that I would mash the button to turn it off harder than that. Zero redeeming qualities, nothing of merit or value. Is there anything that would make it interesting in the future? Sure. Have you played the Elder Scrolls Oblivion? This is what I would do, all right? You have these rifts that already pop up in different places, okay? And they kind of do stuff like this, where they spawn in monsters. No problem with that. I understand how it works, unless they can spawn in here, which might be possible since it's so close, but I don't have any lights on, so it wouldn't be deterring it. So that's sort of my fault, if that were the case. But I understand how that works, no problem. But here's what I would do. A temporal storm comes through, okay? And it does the same situation with rolling back your temporal cogwheel and dragging you closer to the Rust world. Keep that in. All right, you can even have some monsters spawn in during the temporal storm. The baseline is they do not spawn in view. They like just pop. There's no animation. They just kill. Something like either have them spawn out of eyesight, like culling from the player, or have them have like a spawn in animation that they kind of like slowly form before you, so you have a chance to run away or whatever else. And then the Oblivion rifts, they're like Temporal Storm brings in like 1 or 2 Oblivion style rifts that are the super rifts where more enemies are present there. and then you have to go close them. So it like prompts you to figure out how to take it at your own measured approach. Like they're gonna hang around there for a little bit, and then you have to like fight into the rift and then close the larger one. And that's what the temporal storm does. It kind of wakes up the super rift. And you have to like shut it down. Basically a stalker blowout mixed with oblivion rifts. And most important thing is have the monsters scale so that you're not getting hit with crazy shit out of the gate. You know, like the first one you see should be like a small storm and therefore not highly defended portal to kind of ease you into the mechanic from the beginning of the game. And then obviously it can scale up over time, over seasons and whatnot. And it needs to scale based on players in proximity of that chunk or whatever. But I think that it would be more interesting if the world showed signs of becoming more corrupted over time, where maybe you just start out with only a couple drifters, and then next thing you know, a bowman is there, and then later down the road, one of the spider creatures, and then their random, whatever variants they have, start slowly filtering in, like their forces are getting more varied and more complex, but it just starts out really simply. I think it's definitely too much too fast. It's like everything kind of goes at you up front. But anyway, that's just my first idea. You know, like I haven't even had time to sit there and refine it. And chat's like, oh my God, that would be amazing. I wish, dude, maybe we should commission mods to make that. That's just my first spitball. I haven't even dedicated an hour to thinking about how to improve temporal storms. So imagine how much we could get done if I sat down and thought about it for a day. That's just the first thing I pulled out of my ass. But anyway, I think I would like to start over. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't feel this way. Trust me. I wish I didn't. I would love nothing more than to pretend like that was just a cheap death and I can ignore it and now I can continue playing the game as normal, but my emotional connection to everything I have accomplished has been severed abruptly. I don't like changing game settings mid-game. I gotta start with a clean slate, blank slate. So say goodbye to that world. We'll probably play more because there's obviously a lot more fun stuff to do in the game. I was just raging earlier. I stand by what I said, but I was raging nonetheless. Happy world, no more Sag. I think it's more of an honor thing for me. I started out with permadeath and obviously did not know the repercussions of my game selection choices, and I'm prepared to live with those choices. I turned on temporal storms in that save. I died to one. Now I'm gonna turn them off. But I need to start under the pretext of I'm born and this is my one life. I'm dead. I need that. I need it to be an unbroken line. I can't have ripples and people go like, oh, did you die? It's not permadeath then, is it? And yeah, I died to the pearl story. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to explain that every time. That being said, it probably won't be tomorrow. I just want to chill. I just want to chill and play some D4, to be honest. Take a breath from making reed baskets in my backpack and searching for the perfect spawn. Let it breathe, or I'm gonna go insane. I personally also turn off rifts. I need some threat. I just don't need surprise spawn in front of your face and you didn't have fast enough reaction time. You fool. Like, the only way for me to have survived that is to know that it could happen and then be sitting there tensely brave, ready for it. Like, okay, they could spawn in front of me any second. Like, I have to be hands on the mouse, not taking a drink, not picking my nose. You know what I mean? Just in readiness for a potential spawn in there. But anyway, can rifts spawn in on top of you too? Like, can a nearby rift pop a dude into my house? I want to leave the rifts on because at least they create some of those challenges, and I just murdered a bunch of them, so I know it's possible. Yeah, it's just, I know you need torches. That's pretty clear. All right, we're gonna raid Avic, who's playing Heroes of Eternal Quest. I don't know what that is, so let's go find out. I do think it's telling that Avic, one of Avic's first comments when he found out I was playing Vintage Story in the chat was, "How are you finding temporal storms so far?" It all makes sense now in hindsight. I just didn't realize it at the time. All right, guys, I will see you over there. Currently, I'm just resisting the urge to ban Vindicator, so for a little bit. I'm tempted, but I'm gonna resist. Unless I totally misunderstood their chat message. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe they're lagging. I didn't understand it in context. But it seemed like they were saying it was lame that I was rating someone who's not playing Vintage Story. I'm not sure. Probably just don't start chat messages with lame in response to things that we're talking about. I read it as lame, we're done streaming. Whatever. Okay, I untime you out. I'll untime you out. All right, go over there, give Avic some love. Go say E, all those things. Be nice. And I will catch you again when I catch you. We'll go back. We'll run it back. But I need a breather. I need to come up for air. All right. Good night, gamers. Thank you so much for hanging out to the end. It's been a pleasure. Sometimes. Now get out of here. Have a great weekend. Bye.